Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the New South Wales roadmap rollout. Biochar in New South Wales, unifying policy, agriculture and urban development. Could I just get a show of hands who is here that wasn't here yesterday? Just a few. So online, yeah.
Who has a hangover?
Who has a hangover? Okay, the facilitator. Oh, great. So, yeah, wonderful networking I heard last night. So that's great.
Who's impressed that some are still alive?
So, for those that heard all this yesterday, I do apologise, but we've got to do the standard thing. So, first of all, welcome to country. So, acknowledgement of the traditional owners of Western Sydney University land. Western Sydney University acknowledges the custodians of the land in which we meet, learn, work, learn and socialise. We pay respect to the peoples of Darug, Tharawal, Eora and Wiradjuri nations where the campuses are located. We acknowledge that the teaching, learning and research undertaken across the campuses continues the teaching, learning and research that has occurred on these lands for tens of thousands of years. We acknowledge and pay our respect to the elders past, present and emerging. So we thank you all again as participants for joining us. We've had approximately 80, which includes online. You know, we've had numerous countries represented from around the world, and we must thank again our sponsors, which is the New South Wales Decarb Hub, a government-funded program of Western Sydney Uni. We also thank the Highway Group. Peter, if you put your hand up there, thank you for sponsoring. Also, B&K Revegetation and Landscaping and Vital Chemical. We must acknowledge that a great program has been put together today by our working group, led by Craig, Stephen. Also, thanks to Russ Martin, MS2 and CEO of Global Product Stewardship Council, and Errol Smith, who's developing a food and energy system, a startup. So also, thank you to Sam Zagami, who's our cluster manager, and she's going to be running the AV today, and also Rebecca DeGale, working remotely, who did all the background admin work. Also, during the breaks, of course, yeah, we have the morning tea and lunch happening, and then we will finish the day with networking drinks again, and for those who can handle it, and then we will also be going out to dinner again tonight. So we're going to 317 restaurant, and if you would like to either text me or email me, we'll add you to the list for dinner. And now I'll just go into my presentation. So ANZBIG, yeah, is the peak body for biochar in Australia and New Zealand, and our vision is to be global leaders in the sustainable production and use of biochar, and our mission is to facilitate and assist companies, governments and institutions in the effective use and production of biochar. And ANZBIG focuses and streamlines biochar education, research, collaboration and commercialisation activities to provide better outcomes for societies for Australia and New Zealand. And that's our contact details there. Sorry. And I'll play this little video again for you. What is biochar, and why a roadmap? So we'll go back.
It's biochar. Biochar is a charcoal-like product. It is made by heating any form of organic matter, biomass, in a controlled process with limited oxygen called pyrolysis. This product is called biochar when it is used as a soil amendment or for other uses that store the carbon in a durable form. Through the use of these technologies, we can capture, utilize, and store carbon for the long term. We can reduce waste. We can produce clean and renewable bioenergy, and we can remove CO2 from the atmosphere. More than 50 million tons of residual biomass, including agricultural residues, green waste, and other organic waste, is burned or landfilled every year in Australia. This is a waste of a valuable resource. It also causes pollution, including greenhouse gas emissions. But these wasted resources can be turned into a solid form of carbon, biochar. Globally, every year, biochar could sustainably remove billions of tons of excess CO2 already in our atmosphere, while also enhancing food production and regenerating degraded lands. Over 99% of CO2 captured by biomass re-enters our atmosphere as part of the natural carbon cycle. Pyrolyzing wasted plant biomass into biochar intercepts the cycle and converts carbon into a form that is typically stable for centuries to millennia. Biochar is a sustainable and climate-friendly way to transform organic resources into a valuable carbon product and renewable energy for a circular, regenerative, new carbon economy. There are also many proven and emerging markets for biochar that increase profitability and reduce or draw down carbon. Agriculture, horticulture, livestock, cropping, animal feed to improve animal health and reduce methane emissions, soil carbon sequestration, water management and filtration, mine and land rehabilitation, building and construction. With more uses of biochar emerging, the global market is growing rapidly and is forecast to reach almost 4 billion by 2025. Australia is on the cusp of developing a world-leading biochar industry, thanks to our testing, technologies, research, and high-potential resources. ANZBIG's Code of Practice is guiding industry best practice for sustainable production, classification, and safe use of biochar. Australia's industry is ready to scale up and create important economic, social, and environmental opportunities, becoming a billion-dollar industry by 2030. What is the next step? We need commitment and leadership from corporates, capital, government, entrepreneurs, and academics. The Australian Biochar Industry 2030 Roadmap outlines a pathway forward for biochar industry scale-up. The roadmap has the potential to remove existing CO2 from the atmosphere, equivalent to 10 to 15% of Australia's annual emissions, provide 10,000 to 20,000 jobs in regional and rural areas, improve soil health and agricultural productivity, restore degraded lands to their true capacity. You can help put a foot on the brakes for climate change. Here's how. Share this video. Find out more at anzbig.org. Support the 10 key initiatives of the Biochar Industry 2030 Roadmap. Both financial and non-financial resources will help. Contact us to find out more. Show your support by taking the Biochar Pledge as an individual or an organization, or join the Friends of Biochar community via our website. Join ANZBIG. We look forward to welcoming you.
So thank you for listening to that again. We wanted to get it in this part of the brain. I'm even starting to talk a little bit like Sam when I rattle these things off now. So yeah, but these are free resources that you can share with stakeholders. We also have the free resources page with a fact sheet. There's also on that resources page the Code of Practice, the users report, and also trade directory. And so just with the emergence of the commercial biochar industry in ANZ, inauguration was in the 2000s. So R&D was at national and state levels. And then we have the world's oldest field trials at Wallingbar, New South Wales DPI. In 2017, we formed ANZBI because the peak body, or there was no real peak body. There was a researchers network. So we reignited, pardon the pun, and to have an association. And out of that, after 3 years, emerged ANZBIG as a industry group more professional, and we now have 200 active members, including corporates, individuals, entrepreneurs, academics, capital and government. We've got a significant library of conference and webinar recordings, economic reports and scientific papers by category. And our focus now is resourcing, market development and supply, innovation, education and communications, policy and regulations, standards and certifications. We've got 20 members approximately that have multi-million-dollar product projects underway worldwide. And we have developed the world's first biochar industry 2030 roadmap, which was launched in Canberra in June. So that's the front cover. And we do have manual copies here today. And so we'll hand out at least one for each table. And we would like to thank again the supporters and sponsors. And we've realised that soft agriculture, Stuart Larson, please put your hand up. Stuart, we are going to get you on the next version. And our apologies that it wasn't on this one. But also, yes, we now have the New South Wales Decarb Hub and Western Sydney joining us, as well as the Highway Group. So thank you very much. We've managed to raise $250,000 now since March last year, since the inauguration of the program. So in the roadmap, we have 10 priority themes, 10 initiatives and 42 actions. And we're establishing 6 working groups. So we'll kind of get into those next year. And we have expressions of interest open at the moment. If you would either like to chair or just be a participant of those groups, we'll keep that open till our AGM on the 13th. The chairs will likely meet before the end of the year, and then we'll get into those working groups in the new year. And that really is our A team, our army. We need to enable all the skills that we've got within and without. Also, you know, the guys that led this roadmap, Russ, Sean Scallon from Sustainability Plus, Craig, Stephen, Nigel, they're all there, and they made sure that we align to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. This we're rolling out the roadmap nationally. So this is the second one. We had Victorian Forum on August 28. The next one after this is going to be in South Australia in late February. Then we go to WA in late March. We're also having our National Biochar Awards at that event. Then we go to Tasmania. I think it's now actually early May, and then June in Queensland. So if you'd like to come to any of those again, you're certainly welcome. And we're also about engaging with other allied industry sectors. So we've had a strategic alliance with the Regen Ag Alliance, partnership with them. Now we are glad to have a partnership with you, Ben, as well, at the New South Wales Decarb Hub, but also the water industry, for instance. And Craig has been quite integral in partnering with them. And we'd like to welcome Brendan Galway from Sydney Water today. So thank you, Brendan, for being here. And you can join ANZBIG today for a 1 month free trial at any time. And also, of course, we're looking for state forum sponsors and also roadmap sponsors, so you can come in at any level. So that's it from me. Thank you. And I would like to now hand it over to our facilitators. Is that what we're doing here? So who would like to come up?
Stephen should.
So Stephen. So Stephen, Professor Stephen Joseph is a foundational member of ANZBIG, and he's a visiting professor at 5 universities and does a lot of work for ANZBIG, probably too much. So welcome, Stephen. Enjoy the day, everyone. Oh, was Ben, you doing
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no,
yeah, Ben.
all right.
Yep.
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 Sorry, Stu.
Yep.
It's okay. I won't be long.
Is it in your pocket?
Obviously not enough wine.
Yeah, that's right. Really want that. Okay. All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Most of you, I think, I met briefly, or at least were in the audience when I gave this talk yesterday at the forum. So apologies for those that have already heard everything I'm going to say, and I will try and be brief. But really, it's a chance to say welcome on behalf of my employer, Western Sydney University. I have to say this, ranked #1 in the world for contributions to the Sustainable Development Goals. That's the Times Higher Education rankings, very rigorous international ranking that looks at universities, across the board globally at universities, research, teaching, engagement, and operations, and evaluates those. And we've come out #1 for 2 years in a row. And of course, it's because of our engagement in things like this, among many other efforts across the university, and something that we're obviously very proud of. So welcome on behalf of Western Sydney University. I'm delighted to be able to host you here in one of our campuses. Really, this is our flagship building, only a few years old. And those that haven't been to Parramatta for a while were probably surprised at how Parramatta's developed. And this was one of the first of the tall buildings here in this central area, as far as I understand. So again, something we're proud of. But other than that, with my other hat on, welcome on behalf of the New South Wales Decarbonization Innovation Hub, which I'm going to tell you a little bit about today and provide some context for our engagement, and you, and much, we're much looking forward to the engagement going forward with ANZBIG. Hang on, where do I press? There we go. So the Decarbonisation Hub is part of a New South Wales government-funded program in support of the state's net zero targets, namely the Net Zero Industry Innovation Program. The hub is, as well as that program, as far as I understand it, is fairly new. We pulled together a consortium, submitted the RFP about 2 years ago, and since then have been in a co-design phase and became officially operational in September this year. So still quite new. It's a 9 to 10 year program. So we will be here, we hope, actively making our contributions, which above all is about matchmaking, trying to bring together different actors within what's sometimes called the innovation ecosystem in support of achieving net zero through various decarbonisation initiatives across industry, government, community, and the research sector doing their part as well. So that's what we're about. You can see the logos there. We bring together pretty much the whole of the university sector in New South Wales, as well as some government departments, DPI and DPE, and a non-profit, the Climate Knowledge Innovation Community Climate Kick, a part of it as well. The hub has underpinning it 3 networks looking at different sectoral areas or opportunity areas, if you want to see it that way, around decarbonisation. 2 are in the renewable energy space, no surprises there. And the 3rd is around land and primary industries. And that's the land and primary industries network that Western Sydney is engaged in, and that's also led out of Western Sydney. I'm actually the lead for that network. So a few more words about that. When it comes to land and primary industries network, I like to show the Venn diagram from the draft National Science and Research Priorities, which I think is really telling about the place we're in the evolution of thinking about climate change and climate responses and dealing with our environment. The narrative has changed so much. I'm sure everyone here is aware of this. I've spent most of my career talking into a bit of a void around like the carbon cycle, climate change, impacts, adaptation, the need for mitigation, and so on. And suddenly it's all mainstream. Everyone's talking about it, and we're now seeing it as an opportunity not only for better environmental outcomes, but for growing industries, growing markets, for improving social welfare, and all of those things coming together, and addressing the net zero challenge is the intersection point between all those different goals. And that's what That's what this diagram expresses. So what we're about in the Land and Primary Industry Network is around looking at the ability for, or the potential for targeted land management, land use and land management practices on the land to deliver carbon abatement, including negative emissions, offsetting remaining emissions. Of course, that's the net part of net zero, and the land will be fundamental in that. But at the same time, generating other co-benefits. It's about the co-benefits for nature, the environment, the economy, and social well-being. So we're interested in all of those things together in a holistic fashion, and bringing parties together to do that, with research doing its part in measuring and in providing the data, in proving that solutions are credible and viable, they have integrity, and that they work long term. Which of course brings me to biochar. As I said, we've been in a co-design process so far. We've recently become so-called operational in the vernacular of the government, our funder. I should say that it's funded 50% of the funding for the network, and the hub comes from the government. The other 50% is the partners themselves with their cash contributions, as it's called. So it's funded both from government and from universities. Anyhow, we've been, so in our establishment phase, we've been through a so-called co-design process, right? Bringing for a start, it's a wide range of the partners, mostly universities, 2 government departments as well, coming together, but also talking to industry. And we are in contact with quite a large number of industry and other organisations that are outside of the research sector, or the university sector at least. And in that process, we identified 6 priority focus areas. These are kind of like objectives or opportunity areas where there's an opportunity for significant abatement, co-benefits as well. There's something, at least at the beginnings of a network that's interacting, that's working towards these things. You know, Ansbig is one example of that, and there are others. And these seem like fruitful areas to work on. When we came up with this list, we weren't thinking particularly about biochar. You know, there were people mentioning it, I guess, but it's much more wide-ranging than that. But the interesting thing is that when you think about it, for all of these six areas, which are quite wide-ranging, in each case, biochar offers one example of a solution towards achieving that goal. So when it comes to accelerating adoption of sustainable practices to improve outcomes within productive landscapes, that's agriculture, forestry, and so forth, we have the obvious applications in soil amendment, improving nutrition, improving water retention, greater soil health, you know, the microbiome of the soil, and all of those things come in there. And I think that's quite well proven, at least based on what I heard at the forum yesterday. Around nature-based solutions is thinking about the native landscapes and what they can provide, and thinking about carbon abatement, but other co-benefits as well for biodiversity, for Indigenous landholders and traditional owners. And, you know, at the very least, there's an upcycling opportunity for residues, for example, from the forest sector that can be a feedstock for producing the biochar. New bioproducts, new products from land, basically based around different ways of using the biomass to produce end products, and the opportunity for revenue streams, novel revenue streams for landholders, for getting that happening. Biochar comes in there. Frontiers in carbon sequestration is, we know that we can do carbon sequestration through afforestation, revegetation, and so forth, by basically growing trees, and the carbon gets locked up in the biomass, at least for a while, in a transitional period as we wean ourselves off fossil fuels. That's basically the approach that's been in focus for a long time. Of course, we know it works. It's a natural process that we are, if you like, embracing as part of the climate solution. But what about the others? We talk about direct air capture technology is very new, very limited. The economics don't really stack up yet, at least, to do it at any kind of scale. But, you know, as we heard yesterday, and we'll hear more about this today, biochar is another example of a frontier technology like that, and one that's probably on the cusp of being able to be scaled quite significantly. Embedding low carbon solutions in vibrant cities. Just an example, just a few examples there of where, you know, biochar-based fertilizers, for example, can come and improve outcomes in the glasshouse cropping industry, establishing more extensive urban green spaces, the cooling services they provide, as well as carbon sequestration, effluent management, stormwater building materials that incorporate biochar and so forth. And then finally, we have the overarching concept around circular economy, which we're all, I think, very familiar with, where it's about getting away from the waste mindset into an upcycling mindset and making better use of the resources we have, and in that process also reducing emissions. So I hope that gives you a bit of an overview, and you know, we're all about engagement. This is one example of engagement, and I'm very happy to talk to anybody who can think about ways that we might be able to interact by bringing our wide network, largely academic-based network, to the wider ecosystem that you all here represent, in a program that is, in the scheme of things, is quite long term, and we can think about many different kinds of initiatives. So an open invitation there to reach out. Thank you very much, and enjoy the workshop.
I just mentioned to you that, yeah, we are live streaming and recording, and there are speakers at the booth. So just be aware of that, and don't say anything that's going to incriminate yourself or your colleagues. And yeah, enjoy the day. So handing over now. So thank you, Professor Ben Smith. He's as well, Western Sydney Uni. And so now handing over to Professor Stephen Joseph, who's going to do the introduction and overview, a brief summary of what we know today about biochar, when it works and when it doesn't. So over to you, Stephen.
Just to also say, I'm giving Lucas's presentation. This time I've got the right PowerPoint as opposed to yesterday. Okay, thanks, Dom. Just to say, Ansby has a t-shirt. I wore it today. Somebody noted that I had a stain. It's from handling some biochar when I had this t-shirt on. So it's a biochar t-shirt. I'm sure if you want to donate to Ansby, Dom can organise to get you a t-shirt. Okay, so just to give you an update on where we're up to, myself and Paul Taylor, assisted by Rosie Moulton, and a couple of interns, are actually writing a guide for farmers. And in that guide, we're going to summarise all of the know-how that's been gathered as succinctly as possible. We started actually doing all the layout. We hope to have it finished as a draft for people to read and give us feedback. But the idea is to give you an understanding of when biochars work and when they don't, and what you can do to make them work, which is really important. Okay, there's been a lot of what they call meta-analysis, where people look at a whole range of papers and try and look at some trends that come out of those papers. And one of the things that we find is that biochar can give you a range of increases in yield, depending on the soils, depending on the type of biochar, and depending on whether you actually add fertilizer or you don't add fertilizer within your experimental plan. So on average, we see that in a fertilized control, we get a 15% increase. But where biochars really give you a boost is if you can't afford fertilizers. And then we see an increase of an average increase of actually 42%. And that was pretty amazing. Okay, the other misconception that we try and get people to understand: low temperature biochars give greater plant response than high temperature biochars. Yes, it's a total misconception. And one of the reasons is because low temperature biochars have more functional groups and they have more organic molecules that actually help the plant resist disease and take up nutrients. The science is very complicated, but the meta-analysis basically tells us that these low temperature biochars on average work better. Biochars that have a high nutrient content give you a better plant response. That makes sense. So wood biochars have their place, but if you want your crops to grow really well, get a high nutrient content biochar, and we'll talk more about that later on. Biochars work best in low nutrient P-absorbing acidic soils and in sandy soils and drylands due to increased nutrient retention and water holding capacity. We'll talk more about water holding capacity. We have Wendy Timms, who I work with, giving you more data. The other thing that's come to the fore is you can use a small amount of biochar that's placed in the root zone, in the rhizosphere, yeah? You don't need to use large amounts of biochar to get it to work, but it's really important where you put the biochar. And when you put the biochar in the rhizosphere, you need to load it with nutrients. Yeah. Okay. I always say that as I've grown older, I've become more knowledgeable and a little wiser. And one of the things we know about biochar is as it stays in the soil, on average, it works better up to a certain age. And it's like me, you know, I've become wiser, but my body's falling apart. So one of the things that's come out of this research is that when you're using biochar, it's best to use it on a regular basis. So every time I plant a crop in my garden, I add a small amount of biochar. And if you look at traditional practices, which I talked about yesterday, most traditional uses of biochar involved adding biochar in every crop cycle, yeah? But again, not a lot. You don't need a lot. Okay. One of the another misconceptions people have, they all look at what the properties of fresh biochars are. But if I put my biochar into a soil, depending on the sort of soil, we see it interacting with soil organic matter and soil mineral matter. And the properties of the biochar can change very quickly. And it's a really complex process, and we've published lots of papers on this. What's really exciting is the fact that on the surface of biochars, you get these little clusters of organic mineral interactions. And over a period of time, these little surface morphologies break, and they can actually be taken into the micro aggregate and the macro aggregate structure of soil. That's a simple explanation. There's a little more complicated, but we don't have time to go into that. This is one of the amazing things about biochars that improve phosphorus availability. And some of the results that we've seen are quite astounding, you know, like 4 times more availability of phosphorus. So in Australian soils, we've chucked large amounts of superphosphate into the soil, and the phosphorus has been locked up. Yeah, they've destroyed all sorts of things in the soil, and the phosphorus is not available. And we've done trials where we've put in biochar every year, and all of a sudden the phosphorus starts becoming available, and you don't have to put more phosphorus fertilizer in because there's so much already in the soil. Again, availability is very much a function of pyrolysis temperature. This graph is a little bit complicated. The availability depends on the pH and the application rate and the sort of feedstock you have, as well as the temperature. And it's a really complex set of interactions, yeah? So one of the things people ask me, well, can't you tell me how it's going to work for my soils? And yes, we can give people an idea, but all soils are different, yeah? You have to understand that when you add biochars by themselves, you can give people an idea of how phosphorus might become more available, but you can't give them an exact number. We don't have that level of data yet. We have a lot of data, but not enough. Okay, nitrogen. Does biochar make nitrogen more available to plants? Does it increase the nitrogen use efficiency? And again, we see a big variation in data. Some biochars have made it more efficient. Some biochars have made it less efficient. And it's a function of the feedstock, the temperature, and the application rate. Again, what we find, and I'll talk about this later on, is if you load your biochar with nitrogen, you put a small amount in the rhizosphere, you get a really big boost to nitrogen use efficiency as a general rule, yeah? One of the big problems, if you put a lot of wood biochar with fertilizer, you can lock up most of the nitrogen, yeah, especially if it's a high temperature biochar. You have to be very careful with high temperature wood biochar, yeah, because it does like locking up nitrogen. And remember, if for those people who use compost, the compost people always say you need a C to N ratio of about 30:1, yeah? We don't know exactly what the best ratio is for biochar, but it's around that sort of area. So I'm always cognizant when I talk to farmers and they say, oh, we've just put in 100 tons of biochar. And I'm saying, okay, you've probably changed to C to N ratio. So just be very careful that you haven't locked up the nitrogen that the plant needs. I'm not going to talk a lot about water holding capacity. This is actually from one of Wendy Tims's group's publication. But the higher temperature biochars actually seem to work better with water holding capacity. I'd like to say there's a hierarchy of feedstocks, both for increases in yield, for making nitrogen and phosphorus more available. The best biochars we found are poultry litter biochars. Then you start getting into straw and grass-derived biochars, yeah? And in actual fact, the best biochar complex that I have ever used is a mixture of poultry litter and a straw, yeah? So I was trained as a material scientist. In our first lecture, our lecturer said, single materials don't give you the same improvements in properties as a multi-material compound, yeah? And that applies for biochar. When I'm talking to people, they say, oh, look, we just want to make wood biochar. And I'd say, isn't there a dairy somewhere or a poultry farm or something? Get a little bit of poultry manure or dairy manure and mix it with your wood. And there's some very good reasons why you have to do that, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. But when you come to water holding capacity, the same thing applies. What Wendy's group found is that the more rough, the more minerals you have on the surface, the greater the ability to hold water. And there's, again, the science we think we understand behind that. Okay. Biochar has a very different effect on a C4 plant, like maize, compared with a C3 plant like wheat. And we're running short of time. I won't go into this. The information's on the slide. But be aware that biochar reacts differently to C3 and C4 plants. And the basic data in biochar can improve water use efficiency and nitrogen use efficiency, which enhances the plant function along a change of causation indicated by the black arrows. So we've tried to show you what happens. And it's a really nice compilation of a lot of data into that graphic. And if you get hold of the paper, it's worth reading. Okay. For 25 years, I've been telling people, put the biochar under your seed or under your seedling. It works best. Very nice paper that Hans-Peter Schmidt's group did, which is looking at the effect of where you place the biochar. So the plant response is a function of where you place the biochar. The early days, the soil scientists would go out and put 40 tons on the surface and then they'd plow it in. And sometimes it worked and sometimes it didn't work. And I kept on saying, I don't think that's the best way of doing it. And I think now the science has shown us. So one of the things that we're doing more and more is what I call biochar for precision agriculture. Yeah, make the best sort of biochar, put it in the area where it's going to give you the greatest impact. Okay, biochar increases plants' resistance to disease, yeah? And there's been a lot of work. My colleague in Israel, Ellen Graeber's written some great papers on this. It's interesting that we're just putting out the 3rd volume of Biochar for Environmental Management. And Ellen Graeber and her group wrote the chapter on disease resistance. And one of the things that she basically came up with is that there is a multiplicity of effects that take place once you put biochar in the rhizosphere in terms of disease resistance. And it's just not 1 or 2 mechanisms, yeah? And again, I don't have time to give you a whole discussion on disease resistance, but on the whole, biochar increases disease resistance. But one of the great things that we find is biochar can resist heavy metals in soil, yeah? And as long as you put the biochar in the rhizosphere, because the biochar will actually lock up those heavy metals. And I can't get across to many people. They say, oh, what about chromium, arsenic and lead? And I keep on saying, all the literature says biochar locks up heavy metals. Why are you worried about heavy metals? Yeah. Yeah. And the other reason for putting biochar in every year is that biochar can only take up a certain amount of heavy metals. And then, for all sorts of reasons, it stops. But if you put biochar every year, you always have fresh new biochar to make sure that you keep those heavy metals in control. Yeah. And again, this is something that people don't understand when they talk about one application. Biochars, polyaromatic hydrocarbons, pesticides, herbicides, you name it. Biochar, especially some high temperature biochars, really lock these toxics up. Yeah, and we understand the mechanisms now. Yeah. Again, people say, what about PFAS? What about this? What about that? There's probably 2,000 papers now on how biochar takes up these toxic elements. And again, you need to optimize the biochar. So one of the things that we know now is that you can put certain minerals, certain elements on the surfaces of biochar, and they actually increase their effectiveness of locking up heavy metals. So I say to people, just don't use any biochar. Think about what is the best biochar for your specific application. If you want to lock up PFAS or you want to lock up pesticide, look at what works best, yeah? I'll just skip that. Okay, this is a slide from Lucas. Lucas was the key author on the chapter on biochar and reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. I was one of the co-authors with him. A very complicated process, but on the whole, biochar reduces emissions of N2O. Sometimes biochar can reduce emissions of methane, sometimes it doesn't. Again, one of the things that people do not understand is you need to engineer biochars to reduce methane. Carbon itself is not a good material to actually hold on to methane. And in fact, the best materials we found are a mixture of magnesium oxide with wood or a straw, and you co-pyrolize the minerals with the biochar. And that's given the best results in all the literature that I've read. And Stuart mentioned yesterday, we did some work with a company in Sydney called Novarem, looking at methane reduction in ruminants, in cows and sheep. And we got really good results when we did this complex of magnesium oxide. And it's to do with very complex oxidation and reduction reactions that occur on these complex what I call biochar mineral complexes. Just a little bit more data. I'm going to skip over that because we're running short of time. Okay, I just thought I'd show you this graphic. This is for some work that was done. One of the things that we see with biochar is it changes the abundance of specific microorganisms in the rhizosphere. Yeah. And one of the big factors that we think is responsible for biochar increasing resistance to disease is a change in the microorganisms. I'll talk a little bit more about that, but again, we can design biochars that optimize specific microorganism, growth of specific microorganisms. And this is something that we're doing more and more work on. This is a nice compilation. The paper was produced in 2018. Low temperature biochars in low pH soil greatly increases the ratio of fungi to bacteria. So you can change the type of biochar and how it's made to change the ratio of fungi to bacteria. You can change the ratio of gram-positive and gram-negative biochars. It's interesting that very high application rates of biochar can have a much greater effect on changes of abundance of specific microbes than small applications. Yeah, I won't go into that. So the structural and the nutrient properties of biochar also affect the change in abundance of specific microorganisms. I didn't put the slide up, but we published in Nature 8 years ago. We actually made what we call now an ion modified biochar or magnetic biochar. And what we found is that we found a new type of bacteria that actually fix carbon. Yeah. We've also done some other work where we found that by changing the surface of biochars, we can actually increase the abundance of microbes that will increase nitrogen availability and fix nitrogen. Yeah. So we now have this knowledge to engineer biochars to actually change the microbial processes in the rhizosphere and in the soil. Okay, Annette showed this graph yesterday. I wanted to put it again. The work that DPI's done, which is absolutely amazing piece of work, basically shows keep on adding biochar a little bit every year and you keep on building soil carbon. If you look at the ancient soils in the Amazon, you look at what we found in Australia, those soils had continuous applications of biochar, yeah? But not only biochar, they mix minerals and biochar and compost and all sorts of other things, and they built soil carbon over hundreds of years. I'm going to talk about how we can use our best scientific knowledge to really build soil carbon a lot faster. You know, all this business of bloody taking CO2 out of the air, transporting it in pipes and then burying it. Oh my God, what a stupid way of getting CO2 out of the atmosphere. Yeah. I mean, you know, I trained as a chemical engineer as well as a material scientist, and you just look at the amount of resources you have to spend to do this when we can do it in the soil cheaply and efficiently. Yeah. But we need to have the right policy framework. We need to have governments to understand what we can do. And we're not getting that message across very well at the moment. Okay. This is some work that I've been doing in China, also with New South Wales DPI. Why does biochar do all these amazing things in the rhizosphere? For my sins, I got involved with microbial fuel cells. And one of the things that came out of all of this work that I was involved in is biochars actually, every particle acts like a microbial fuel cell. Because biochar has lots of pores, the actual fluid in each of the pores and what's on the surface of each of these carbon pores is different. And there is a potential difference between every pore. And overall, what's happening is that you're getting redox reactions and you're getting fluxes of electrons. When we actually put a highly active redox biochar and we actually measured the potential difference between the inside of the plant and the soil, we found that the potential difference was nearly double what it was when we just put NPK fertilizer. Yeah. And for those people who've done thermodynamics, we know the greater the potential difference between the inside of the plant and the outside of the plant, the less energy the plant has to spend to take up nutrients. Yeah. And the reason it's doing this is because biochar is changing microbes, it's changing redox potential, it's changing gas exchange, it's changing availability of nutrients. And we've published a lot of very complex papers on this. But the other thing that's come out of all of this work is that we can actually fix carbon. Yeah, we can fix carbon in the rhizosphere. And that's really important to understand. And we now know that there are certain biochars that are much more effective than other biochars. And we think we understand how to engineer these. So I spend a lot of my time working with companies in Australia and overseas, engineering biochars for specific plants and specific soils. And that's the sort of work I'm doing with New South Wales DPI. So one of the things that I've just developed and inputs from Annette and from Lucas is a decision matrix. How do we work out what biochars and how do we enhance the biochars for specific soils and specific plants? Yeah. And basically it's looking at the constraints and looking at how we can overcome these constraints. Don't have time to go into it, but these are all available. Okay. Some general rules. Use a range of biomass feedstocks to make a composite biochar with a range of properties, and if feasible, have both a high and a low temperature biochar in your product. Yeah. Composite materials work better than single feedstock materials. Yeah. Rule number one. Load the biochars with minerals, especially basalt, amorphous silica, clay, magnetic iron compounds, and a high source of P. And for clay soils, gypsum. We find that you need to load your biochars with minerals. Yeah, and I don't have time to talk about this, but there's some very good reasons. Always quench the biochar with macro and micronutrients. Remember, I gave you a little quote from Mary Gilmore yesterday that in traditional Aboriginal society, the boys used to come along after the cool burning and urinate over the biochar. Yeah. They've probably been doing that for 5, 10, 15, 20,000 years. Who knows? But we've done some scientific research that shows that quenching the hot biochar with a nutrient-rich liquid or solid, gives you a better biochar. All of the biochar reactors that I design have that ability to quench with either a solid, a nutrient, high nutrient solid like a manure, or a liquid. The other thing that's come out, the smaller the biochar particle, the more effective it is. Micron-sized biochars work so much better than millimeter-sized biochars over a range of soils and plants. Yep. There are some applications where you need larger sized pieces of biochar, but on the whole, very fine biochar works better. And I'm going to talk more about that a bit later on. Okay. So this is the work that Lucas is doing at the moment. I'm involved in working with him. This is the work I've been involved with doing in China. And what we do is we make small biochar mineral NPK granules, and we put them in the rhizosphere or underneath the seed, yeah, depending on whether it's a seedling or we're putting a seed in. And what we find, if we make these granules or pellets, that we can slowly release a chemical, whether it be urea, diammonium phosphate, or superphosphate, that these complexes work really well. And it's because of the interaction between the carbon matrix, the minerals, and the nutrients. This is some work that Lucas has been doing with a group in South Australia. Lucas and I came up with a special biochar for high pH soils. And it's basically what we wanted to do is that P was not available. So we actually wanted to make a biochar-based pellet that made that P available. And you can see, I think that this works. Basically, it's a very complex biochar. And you can see that basically we've loaded the biochar with K and P and a little bit of N, and we put a lot of silica in it, yeah? And I can't emphasize enough, one of the key ingredients that you need in all of your biochars is amorphous silica, yeah? I have not found an instance yet where if I load my biochar with amorphous silica that is available, that it doesn't help the plant resist disease, and it also seems to be really important for nutrient uptake. Yeah, and we've just published the paper on this. I work with a French group. It's a really nice paper where we actually looked at all of the information on why you need amorphous silica in your biochar. One of the reasons why I tell people, if you can get bamboo, bamboo makes a great biochar because it has high silica and high calcium, yeah, as well as it has a wonderful structure. But again, what we did in this particular case is we actually post-treated the biochar with phosphoric acid, as well as, I don't think we did pre-treat it. Stuart talked about yesterday about he adds 5 minutes, yeah. He adds rock phosphate. This concept of post-treating and pre-treating is really important to enhance the properties of biochar so they can work effectively at very low application rates. Right, I'm going to, this is the field trials that we did, adding the biochar. So one of the areas that Lucas looked at and I'm going to talk more about liquids now, is actually injecting liquids, liquid biochar, urea, fertilizers underneath the seeds or the seedling. Yep. And he looked at N2O emissions, and he found significant reductions in N2O emissions with different sorts of biochar. And this particular biochar was when he actually put urea into the pores of the biochar. Just a little bit of work. This was the work we did back in 2010, where one of my Chinese students basically mixed biochar, clay, diammonium phosphate, superphosphate, and urea, mixed it all together, made it sure it was crushed, and they put it in a bag and they left it for a month. They weren't supposed to do that. They were supposed to put it in the field, but they were students, you know, that happens with students. But what was amazing is when they put it in and they did field trials, they got a 30% increase in yield. And we reduced the fertilizer load by 25%. And so I got some of this stuff and I said, why is it working? And we published a paper. It's called Shifting Paradigms. It's free on the net. But what we found is that the nitrogen and phosphorus reacted with the clay and with the biochar to form these unusual complexes. Yeah. Then what happened is that they took that know-how, and they're probably making 200,000 to 300,000 tons of these biochar compound fertilizers in China now. And they actually make it in a steam environment at about 200 Cs. So they react it so that the chemicals and the mineral and the biochar react, and then they produce a granule. Okay, this is some work we did with elders, a very interesting project. And what we did is we tried to replace 5, 10, and 20% and 40% with a highly mineralized biochar. This was work that Russell Burnett did. Most of you know Russell. And what we found is basically by replacing 20% of the farmer's chemical fertilizer with the biochar, we could get an increase in yield, a significant increase in yield. But by replacing 10%, he made more money, because he was making seed potatoes, and we found that by putting 10% in, he got a greater quantity of seed potatoes that had the greatest price associated with them, because seed potatoes, you need to have a certain size. I know nothing about growing seed potatoes. So one of the things I wanted to say is that the dose that you put in is really important to know what the optimum dose is for a given soil and a given crop. So sometimes 50% of biochar with an NPK fertilizer may give you a better result than 10%. Sometimes it's 10%, yeah. I'll run out of time. This is some work we did actually applying biochar and a poultry litter biochar with diammonium phosphate under the seed of wheat in South Australia. Again, what they found is that the highest yield was 100%, 100 kilograms a hectare of diammonium phosphate with 100 kilograms a hectare of biochar, but the greatest profits came from 35 kilograms of biochar with 50 kilograms of diammonium phosphate. So dose is very, very important. Some work in China. I'll skip over that. Okay, this is some work we're doing on liquids. John Sard, who's down the back, raise your hand, John. John's managing director of a subsidiary of a German company, and they make special organic silicon compounds, yeah, siloxanes. Remember I said silicon is really important. Available silica is really important. The picture on the right here is a little experiment John did. We've been working together to come up with liquid-based fertilizers that have a high content of silica. This is some work we've just done down on a farm where basically, and Wendy will talk a little bit about reactive barriers, we added a liquid biochar that had this product, Aquasil, at 200 kilograms a hectare. And this was just normal fertilization. Fresh yield was 9 tons a hectare without the 200 kilograms a hectare of the liquid biochar. And it was nearly double with that liquid biochar at 200 kilos a hectare, yeah? So we're starting to come up with these special liquid products. And it was quite interesting. John tipped a little bit of the liquid into, I don't know, what was the plant you were growing, John? What was it? Yeah. Okay. I'm going to run out of time. This is some more work we've done with, I don't know, Terry, put your hand up, Ken. Carbon powered minerals made us a special liquid biochar, and we applied it at 700 kilos a hectare, and we got double the yield. We went from 15 tons a hectare to 30 tons a hectare of pasture yield. Yep. This afternoon, John Margettis is going to talk about what we've been doing with liquids with growing bamboo in Cambodia. I'm going to race through this. Foliar sprays. We've done a lot of work with applying biochar foliar sprays at 10 kilograms a hectare. And we find by 10 kilograms a hectare, along with ordinary chemical fertilizer, we can get a 30% increase in yield. Yeah. What was really amazing, as some of you know, I did my honours degree in electron microscopy. I have my own electron microscope. I got some of the plants. We looked at the leaves, and what we found is that the liquids had very tiny mineral particles that were carbon coated, and they'd gone inside the leaves and they changed the photosynthetic process, yeah, in a very complicated way. But when I compared the roots of the control with the roots of the plants that had these foliar sprays, I saw a huge change in the abundance of mycorrhiza fungi. So one of the things we think is that whatever is in these foliar sprays, and there's 200 or 300 different organic compounds, plus the minerals, is actually causing effect in the rhizosphere, yeah? And we've measured changes in gene expression. We've measured changes in the potential difference between the inside of the plant and the outside of the plant. My colleague in Israel, who did all the experimental work, I got this Zoom message to say, I want to talk to you. And she said, I don't believe these results. She actually used a few expletives, which I won't put in. But she said she has never seen this before. Yeah. Okay. Nearly finished, Craig. DPI is doing some great work on looking at soils where you have to apply a lot of gypsum. And what we found is that if you make these composites with gypsum and biochar, they work much better than straight gypsum. John Sard's been involved with this, and we see that soil moisture increases, profitability increases. We did some work in a broccolini farm, double the yield of broccolini, 2.5 tons a hectare of these biochar gypsum material. Yeah, just unbelievable. Last thing, if you want to get biochar to work, feed it to animals, add dung beetles to the ground, and your pasture productivity will go through the roof. Yeah, because what happens is the cow actually activates the biochar, loads it with minerals, comes out, the dung's different. It's not as wet. But the dung beetles love the dung that comes out of cows that have eaten biochar. And so they do all the hard work for you. They take it into the soil. And they seem to change all sorts of soil processes as well at the same time. I'm not an entomologist. Okay, work in America. again, subsoil injection of compost and biochar. When you're making compost, add your biochar first. Biochar that is loaded with minerals gives you better compost than straight biochar. We've done the research work on this. You need to make special biochars to make your compost really work. Okay. One of the things that we're trying to do, and this is for mine site rehabilitation, is to show how we can remediate a site and increase soil carbon. And we've been looking at these special trenches and wells where we actually load them with manure and straw and biochar, and we actually make them as basically sources of different sorts of microbes, and get those microbes actually going out from the trenches into the subsoil, yeah, and build soil very quickly. And like that other slide I showed you, okay, one of the things ANSPI would like to do is to do a large-scale demonstration program to show how these new sorts of biochar can build soil carbon very quickly. Yeah, we need to get funding to do it at scale, because all of the trials we've been doing so far are little plots, 15 meters by 15 meters. And that's always says to me, how do you know it works, Joey? Where's the data? And I say, yeah, what about some money, Annette?
The biggest trial, the biggest 15 hectares, Stephen.
Okay, okay.
The biggest trial in the world, mate, it's about 15 hectares in the UK, isn't it?
Sorry?
15 hectares is about the biggest trial, isn't it, in the UK?
China's done some fairly big ones. I think they might have done 30-hectare trials now.
Yeah, and we're looking to go to 100 hectares up.
Yeah, yeah, we'd like to start at 100 and ideally do 1,000 hectares. Significant, you know, really to look at a range of soils, a range of environmental conditions. Okay, the last thing I want to talk about, there is a big resistance now to large-scale photovoltaic farms. One of the things that we know, photovoltaics can draw down water. We know biochar can draw down water. Wendy Timms has just done, with no money, a very little demonstration down at Deakin University. But what we want to do is to start integrating biochar into photovoltaic farms. People don't realize photovoltaics are carbon positive. They're not carbon negative. But if we can start integrating biochar production with photovoltaic farms and increasing farm productivity and increasing soil carbon, we can make photovoltaics carbon negative. But do you think we can find a partner and finance? Yeah, no. So that's one of the tasks that we have at ANSPI. We're working closely with Deakin and University of New South Wales, is to try and find partners to do this work. Because if you look at how quickly photovoltaic farms are being installed all around the world, we could have a huge impact. In fact, it could be the biggest market for biochar. I haven't had a chance to talk to our friends from OG, but I can't remember, I looked at how many hectares we need to actually get to net zero, and it was enormous if you're relying on photovoltaic farms. And Annette, you know the number?
No, you can't get to net zero.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. And so as Annette said, you can't get to net zero with photovoltaic farms, but maybe we can get to net zero if we can actually integrate biochar into wind farms and so photovoltaic farms. But we can't get hurt, yeah? We can't get funding to do this, and it's very frustrating, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So let's hope, I have a New Year's wish, we have funding to do large-scale demonstration projects, yeah? We've got to get away from 15 meter by 15 meter random block design trials, yeah, into large-scale trials. Yeah, we've got to show the world that we can actually do it at scale. That's it.
Straight into Lucas's one, and then questions after.
Sorry, mate.
You go into Lucas's presentation.
No, I put Lucas's into that.
Oh, you integrated the two. Oh,
Yeah.
oh, in that case, we're actually going great.
Yeah, so we're actually on time.
Well done.
Just going to officially introduce Craig now. He's going to be our facilitator for the day, and Craig is from Catalyst Environmental Management and Theta Group. Most of you know him now, and yeah, I just want to highlight Craig has been led really with Stephen this program today and yesterday, and Craig has really become a key member of ANSBIC. He's on the executive board. And he leads a lot of our submissions. So just wanted to acknowledge Craig, and also Anthony Reid from Catalyst Environmental Management, who supports him to do the work at ANSBIC. So thank you, Craig, for everything you do, and good luck with the facilitation.
Hopefully I'll do a bit better with timing than yesterday, but that was a good start. I was starting to worry because the program we were running on, for those who weren't here yesterday, Professor Lucas van Zwieten from New South Wales Department of Industries sends his apologies. He was called away to work on the largest infrastructure project on the planet in Saudi Arabia on Project NEOM. If you haven't heard of it, it's well worth looking at to help them with their soils, where they're trying to basically build a sustainable city in the desert. And it's a really, really interesting project. A lot of Australian water engineers working on that. And hopefully we can get some of our biochar and soil science into that as well. And some of that is coming off work that Lucas did here in Australia and South Australia. So on that note, we will move on to our next speaker. So if I could call up Peter Metcalf, who is the CEO of Highway Group. He's going to talk about biochar for in situ recycling and infrastructure pavement construction. So please welcome Peter, and we'll go to your talk. Thank you very much.
Welcome everybody, and thank you, Craig and Don, for inviting me to speak here today. I'm really just giving insight into biochar and how we're looking at it a lot more simply in terms of our demands. We're obviously, from an industrial point of view, it is about volume and the ability to reduce the carbon position in a roading environment. So not as much chemistry, and hopefully the presentation will be a little bit simpler. Just to give you a bit of an oversight into the Highway Group, we are Australasia's largest specialist in situ recycling contractor. We are number 2 in the world, and we're very specialised in recycling existing roads, as well as building new roads out of recycled materials. We have got a very strong track record of growth. We started off in New Zealand some 35 years ago, and now 80% of the business is Australian based, so some significant growth. And Australia does embrace in situ recycling as well as New Zealand. We're growing at around about 29% a year. We've been doing that since 2016. One of our major differentiators is that we've got a very strong technical capability, and we work upfront with clients around optimizing design to move away from a traditional approach to road construction. It is all about recycling a road with what we've got in situ. Our solutions generally provide a 30 to 50% reduction in carbon emissions over a traditional road construction. When you're building a road, generally you've got to bring in aggregate, or if you're rehabilitating an existing road, you've got to take away the material or recycle that material at some facility somewhere. You take away that material and you bring back new aggregates, build the pavement up and put asphalt on top. Our solutions don't do that. We use the existing materials and we modify those materials in situ with some specialist binders, specialist plants, and we get a significant saving in time, giving the same end performance as a new road, but with a significant reduction in carbon footprint. The solutions also provide 40 to 50% reduction in time. We do it half as quick, or we do it in half the time as a traditional way of constructing a road. We are quite active in lobbying at a political level, so we work with all the federal and state authorities around the benefits of in situ recycling, but there's still a long way to go to increase the amount of road recycling that goes on at the moment. We're probably 92 to in some cases 95% of all roads are produced in a traditional way rather than recycled. So there's a huge opportunity for both carbon reduction as well as biochar as we go forward. And since 1986, we've saved the clients 3 billion kgs of carbon with the reductions that we get through in situ recycling. Now, you're probably all asking, so what is, well, first of all, where do we play? Our sand pit is anything which is horizontal, where we've got traffic traveling over it. So we will recycle, starting off in the road space is where we were founded, but we recycle materials in the rail space, anything underneath the ballast, which the tracks sit on, we will recycle that instead of it being taken away and new material put in. Because you've got to create a platform for the traffic which loads on top of a pavement. We work in the residential space with some of the products, and I'll just touch on a few products that we do later in the presentation. Airports, ports, and non-residential commercial developments, and a big opportunity of growth for us is in the renewable space, because when you build a wind farm, you're generally building it in a location which is quite remote, and you need to put in an infrastructure where the only other solution is to bring in aggregates to create that infrastructure. So what do we actually do around road recycling? And this is a little animation, but I'll first explain what we do. We apply binders in a powdered form to the surface of the road in the first instance. Now, those binders can be lime, they can be cement, we can be altering the aggregate nature of the existing road, they can be polymers, and equally that's where we would apply a powdered biochar in order to offset the carbon position of some of the binders that we are incorporating into it. This will then just give you an idea of exactly what we do. Highly controlled. The binders are blended at certain facilities. So this is what we call a Strewmaster spreader truck. It's applying a powder. On this instance, it'll be a lime or a cement. We then move to a train where we are recycling the road in situ. No aggregates are brought in, no asphalt's brought in. For this application, we're adding liquid products now into the roading environment. So effectively, we will go down up to 400 mil, and you can see we're applying bitumen or water or both into a mixing chamber, and it's picking up the old road, mixing it with the liquid binders as well as the powdered binders that were applied in the first process. So we've got an homogeneous mix of liquid binder, and as the train then moves forward, it comes out to the back of the machine, we compact it, we trim it so that we get the right road profile, and then we do a final compaction. And there you have it, half the time, new road, which has got exactly the same design life as if you excavated it, took it all away and brought in new aggregates. Yes.
How does the cost compare?
The cost compares, we can be about a 30% reduction over a traditional approach. Just depend upon the solutions that you're looking at. Like something with that, we're actually introducing a formed bitumen, and we will do have a case study to talk about the cost. Formed bitumen, which gives you a better resilient pavement than a traditional aggregate type of approach. So what are the products that we do? We deal in, first of all, the subsurface recycling and reuse layer. So what sits below a surface course, being a base course and a subgrade material. And we introduce core products. Well, we could be introducing lime to correct clay issues or pH. We can be introducing cement to give us strength. We can be introducing formed bitumen in order to give us flexural and fatigue properties. That is the core business, but what we do. But we've introduced a new range of product called the Masters range. And MasterCarb is a low carbon solution where we incorporate biochar into a traditional core products. We do also what we call fill drying, where we chemically alter soils in order to dry them so that they support construction activity. That is particularly relevant in a residential type application. And we actually modify traditional aggregates. So a lot of state authorities will have borough pits or quarries where the aggregate quality is substandard. We modify aggregates to improve the standard of those substandard aggregates, and we call it aggregate modification, so that you can use poorer quality materials and give you the same end performance. We've got another three products, formed bitumen recycling, where we introduce a formed bitumen into the pavement to give essentially an asphalt-like product with a flexural and fatigue capability similar to asphalt, but we do that in situ. And a new product which is coming online in April, where we can actually pick that up and lay it in the same way as what we do with an asphalt. So we're going to be recycling deep layers of asphalt. So the only way that you can deal with a failed asphalt pavement at the moment is to take it all off, take it back to an asphalt plant and supply new asphalt. We'll be able to do that in situ going forward. That's in MasterPave. Now, one of the key products which is being rolled out, which introduces far more biochar into a material, is MasterCarb A, where we're taking a granular in situ material, and with a partner C12, who have developed a binder system that we've got exclusive use of, we're incorporating that liquid product into a granular material to create an in situ asphalt. So no longer do you need an asphalt plant to supply an asphalt material. We can use the existing material and give you an asphalt going forward. In that, we're using more biochar. We're using 5% of biochar. Again, that is to give us a carbon reduction, but that'll give us a carbon negative solution for our clients. And then we have MasterTex, which deals with flushed chip seals. So as a case study, and I won't go through each of these, but this does give you, this is a real life 23 kilometres of rehabilitated road in New Zealand. This was the traditional approach. This is what the client's design was at the top. He'd gone out, got a consultant, said, I need these roads to be rehabilitated. They've reached the end of the design life. The consultant came up with the design. We got involved and said, look, there's a better way of doing this. You need to think about recycling rather than a traditional approach where they were bringing in material. So an overlay is bring product in order to try and improve it. We applied an alternative design and we opted for a formed bitumen recycle, which gives far better resilience than just an aggregate type solution. Now, when we looked at this and did the comparison at a client level, the savings quite significant in terms of the days taken or reduced to construct the road. We did provide a significant savings, so just on this first site, 190 tonnes of carbon reduction by using our recycling technologies. If we'd have incorporated 1% of biochar into a solutions, would have been 378 or 379 tonnes of carbon saving for that one particular site. So when you consolidate all of those together, we actually saved on those 6 sites 94 construction days. Now that's a significant reduction in disruption for the travelling public on the same sites. We did save 1.9 million kgs of carbon in the solutions that we did. We didn't incorporate biochar, and we want to incorporate biochar. But that, if we had have incorporated it, it would have saved 3.7 million kgs of biochar. We did of carbon. We did save 14,885 tonnes of aggregate because we didn't bring any aggregate in, or a very small amount, compared to what would have been needed at a traditional way. And on a $6 million project, we saved 240,000. Now you may go, well, that's not a lot of saving on that one, but the solutions were quite different. We gave them an asphaltic solution as opposed to a granular solution. So you're not really comparing apples with apples. And anybody who looks at roading, to get an asphaltic type end performance for a 240k saving with all that carbon is just a no-brainer. So really, the market opportunity that biochar provides for highways, and there's a number of areas that I'd just like to touch on. 1% addition of biochar into a core products will give us a carbon neutral outcome when we do all the carbon calculations. That 1% provides us with a 5% improvement in performance. That's not a significant end performance improvement, but it does provide some benefit. All of our products that we do could utilize biochar for both carbon reduction and some performance improvements. We're currently doing quite a bit of research on what are the effects of PSD, particle size distribution, what are the effects of biochar with different biomass sources, what are the effects of the end performance with biochar using different pyrolysis temperatures, and we're just trying to get some clearer understanding, and a bit more work for us to do, but early indications are that the chemistry is not really a factor for us. The key driver is about carbon reduction, and provided we're delivering the same end performance or better, then there's a strong appetite from our clients to go forward. We have a unique ability to incorporate biochar into a product because we're using it as a powder, and when you're applying biochar into a liquid like the likes of bitumen, then you alter the viscosity and it makes it a little bit more difficult. So it is very much aligned to an in situ recycling process. When you just consider the benefits around recycling as a whole and where state authorities and local authorities need to go, just the recycling process provides significant reduction in aggregates. And New Zealand alone uses 21 million tonnes of aggregate to construct its roads on an annual basis. Now that 21 million tonnes is moving up and down over the existing roads and damaging them and reducing the design life. So there's a win-win with doing more recycling. No heat is required for what we do, so that's safer and less fuel. And when you see the size of the opportunity here, for every kilometre of road constructed in boundary to boundary, it produces 2,231 tons of carbon, or it generates that in terms of its construction. Now you look at New Zealand's roading network is 94,000 kilometres, and Australia's network is 810,000 kilometres. So at 2,200 tonnes per kilometre, that is a lot of carbon and a lot of opportunity for us. In terms of highways, biochar demands, just putting 1% into our core products, we will need 20,000 tonnes a year. So significant quantities of biochar, and bear in mind we're growing at 30% year on year. That equally gives us an opportunity for growth in terms of biochar as well as the business. Additionally, there's another 10 to 15,000 tonnes of biochar in a new product suite, which needs more biochar going into the product at 5%. So that's 35,000 tonnes of biochar as a business that we need, that we could start to incorporate. The key area for us is how do you get the pass-through of that carbon reduction to the client? You know, he's paying for that road infrastructure, and any addition of biochar increases the cost to the client, but they want to be able to at least recognise that 1 kilometre of road that they've got has reduced the carbon position by a factor that's determined from the biochar. So there is always a complexity of if you're selling the cork, how can you double account and those sort of things, and we're trying to get a head around that in terms of accounting for the biochar benefit. And we could also incorporate biobinder into the products as a bitumen replacement, because we also include liquid products into the road pavement. So whether that's a biobinder or the biochar, there's lots of options for us as we go forward. So as I said, the infrastructure pie is big just on in situ recycling. It is about what we do is about 6 to 8% penetrated in the overall transport infrastructure space. We want to get that to at least 20%. And that'll increase our demand as we go forward. Thank you, Craig.
A little bit of it for those that were attended yesterday. Thanks very much. We've got questions, and for those who attended yesterday, obviously saw Dave Simmons' talk. The idea today with the workshop is do a little bit of a deeper dive. So thanks, Peter, for showing us a little bit more. There's a few more slides that are overlapping, but that was fantastic. So thank you. There are questions though, Peter, so just hang on. But that's okay. There's microphones above everyone's table. So as Don mentioned earlier, keep in mind if you're having conversations, because you will hear that through there online. So Cole, did you have a question?
Yeah, I've done a bit of work on road stabilisation and trying to improve road qualities in Indonesian coal mines, where the available material is very, very poor. You're almost building a road out of mudstone. Yep. And sources of any basalt or anything that's a better aggregate, typically, you know, more than 100 kilometres away, and very expensive transport costs. I love the continuous process that looks real good. I've got multiple questions. The first one is there a significant setting time between when your truck's finished going over it and when the roads can be used? Number one. And number two, do your techniques, systems, and obviously additives extend towards stabilising something like a mudstone road that, when it starts raining in Indonesia, they're grading maybe 200 mil off every day. Yep. Rain. All right. So
Peter, sorry, just before you start to answer, could you just come this
all right.
way?
There's these
Thank
little
you.
things.
Right.
There's the
All right.
microphones, yeah. Grab yours.
So first part of the question, right? Sorry, I didn't realise. First part of the question just in terms of set time. It does depend upon the solution. So if you're using a cementitious type, there is a bit of a curing before you do need to, before you can put traffic it on. But we do have polymers and additives which we put in that to accelerate set time so that you can get traffic on quicker. So it's a site specific aspect with foam or a Mastercarb solutions. Then within 30-40 minutes you can traffic it. You do need to look at whichever site and what the materials they're playing with and what the solution is. On the second point, in terms of the different aggregate types, we deal with a lot of variable and poor quality aggregate types. So we do a lot of analysis on the material and then design a solution for that specific material type. So we've just got access to a large amount of different additives, polymers, and different binders that we do use. And we're the only contractor in Australasia which blends specific binders to get the best outcome for the client. So we'll incorporate 3-4 different powders, and that's what you need to do with biochar. We don't just spread it, we incorporate lots of different products with the biochar and then apply it to get the outcome that you're trying to get from a strength point of view, from a flexural point of view, and from a carbon point of view. So we would need to understand what is the source properties and what types of aggregate you were dealing with.
Have you built any roads for 300-ton haul trucks?
We are doing some work in the mining space. So we're working with FMG and Rio, just in terms of mining haul road type applications. We do a lot in the ports and the airport space, where you're dealing with very heavy loading and particularly traffic channelized loading. So you just got to design your pavement and look at the solutions a little bit differently. Yeah.
Thanks.
Just on that, Cole, and I don't know if I was involved with it, but in previous presentations we had in recent years, we did a webinar a couple of years ago, and there was a trial done with Fortescue actually up in the Pilbara on their mine rates. And obviously they've got big issues with maintaining productivity through the wet season and the damage to the roads. And of course, part of all this was they did a short trial. There's only a 100-metre stint where they stabilised the road with a biochar-based binder. And they had significant increases in uptime for their roads, and it was all on haul trucks. Yeah. So I can see that too, and I know like Cole's background's in mining, and I'm looking at productivity for both open cut but also underground. There's a chance here for stabilising, absolutely, to drive that, and I think there's a big opportunity here for some of these sort of industrial chars that I've been talking about yesterday, to be driven into this stuff. It's a really nice marriage, I think. And as you can see, the tonnages are very significant, and the players are all in place to enable this. So, yep. Thank you. Is there any other questions for Peter before? And by the way, thank you to Highway Group for being one of the catering sponsors today too, along with Biochemicals and B&K Re-Veg and Landscaping. So, and that's the next thing. We're about to go to a quick morning tea break. Any other questions?
Is the government helping you?
I wouldn't say the government's helping us. They are responding to the benefit of carbon reduction and are actively looking to how do they get more recycling. And there's an education process because a lot of consultants want to protect the PI and design on a low risk traditional solution, where there is a bit more risk when you're dealing with an in situ material which has been in the ground for 20, 25 years. But we've been doing it for 35 years, and we approach it in a very systematic, science-based way, which ensures that we leave the pavement as though it was a new product and gives 25 years design life. So we are lobbying at government level, and they are responding in a way which is opening up procurement a little bit more, because they do see, they've got targets to achieve, and they're challenging transport infrastructure to reduce carbon emissions. and that is a good way to actually get some carbon reduction going through.
Thank you. Please put your hands together. Just before we go, just an apology for, we had an IT issue this morning that Sam, and I'd like to thank Andrew from UWS for all of his help too and support. As you can hear, he's maintaining our audio and everything online and helping Sam with everything. So thank you for helping out. Alf, his nickname's Alf. So yeah, thank you for all your help, Alf. Yeah, I'd just like to say, so therefore we are running about 30 minutes behind. So we're going to have a break now. If we can come back at 11:35. That would be really good if possible, please. So short break, and thank you to everyone online. We'll be back then.
Sorry, we got It's our great pleasure to introduce Dr. Alexander.
Hello.
Yeah, my great pleasure to introduce Dr. Alexander Gillette, who's going to talk to us about capturing and storing atmospheric CO2 in roads. Put your hands together for Alex.
Good day. I first of all, I want to thank you for inviting me for this presentation. And I want to start with the biomass using like a raw material for biochar, energy, and biobitumen. By fast pyrolysis, you get the biochar, which can be used in asphalt and the agriculture for fertilizer, but I specify asphalt because it's a part of my presentation. And biobitumen. Biobitumen, bio oil to be used for biobitumen, I found in Europe and some business in the USA, they have the biobitumen. Now I understood there are two biochar business which they have bio oil in Western Australia. They are in to build the plants and to start to get a biochar from biomass. The first product from the biochar I'll present is the additive-based biochar cold mix. This one is made with European biochar. Based on the results, they want to build, it's a biochar business, and they want to build a cold mix plant in Europe to supply the cold mix in Europe for different projects. I did a biochar, I used a biochar pre-blend in the bitumen and biochar like aggregates in the mix. Then we did well tracking, and you can see the well tracking was done on 50 degrees, and you can see the blue one, which the root depth is very, very low if you compare the root depth of the sample with biochar used like aggregates in the asphalt mix. Then the biochar, other option can be used to modify the bitumen. If you start from the softer bitumen with 170, if different percentage of the biochar, we can get the harder, stiffer bitumen up to 600 viscosity at 60 degrees. What is the advantage to use the biochar? In this stage, the bitumen is oxidized to get a higher bitumen, so stiffer bitumen. But using the biochar, you reduce the oxidation and actually you reduce the carbon emission from the oxidation of the bitumen. Then here to present some infrared spectra of the bitumen, unmodified softer bitumen, 170, then with different percentage. You can see doesn't change the properties of the bitumen. It's only to increase the stiffer, become stiffer and become part of the bitumen, the biochar in the bitumen. Here is thanks to Steph with the New South Wales University with some scanning transmission electron microscope, which proves the biochar particles inside have the bitumen inside of on surface of the biochar. This means has some chemical or more physical interaction with the biochar between biochar and the bitumen. To reduce the potential dust from biochar, we develop the biochar to be encapsulated in the recycled plastic, and this one then can be used straight in the asphalt mix or in the bitumen to be used in the asphalt plant. Then I will present here the properties of some properties of the asphalt used without the biochar and with biochar. We can see the binder with biochar included has a higher performance than the one without biochar. The same in the root depth, which give you how deep the wheel is going on the asphalt with biochar and the unmodified bitumen. The same, the unmodified bitumen has higher root depth if you compare the same mix but to different type of the biochar plasticized using the recycled plastic has the lowest root depth. Then using the bio oil, which is coming from the fast pyrolysis of the biomass, we get bio bitumen, which is 100% bio oil, no bitumen from fossil fuel at all. Then it was chemical treated to get the bio bitumen. Then based on that bio bitumen, we prepare some batch of asphalt in the lab, and we present the briquettes for testing. In the New South Wales, we can do anytime the trial, but we have an issue with the Environmental Protection Agency, which keep biochar like a waste material. And the first things we don't have idea what EPA wants to prove we have in the biochar, to do the tests. We have to have a list of testing, 1, 2, 3, 4, to see exactly what to test, what tests to do. Based on this, we move some trials in Victoria, and I think till the end of the year or beginning of next year, we'll have a trial in Victoria with biochar from Victoria, and one trial in Western Australia. In Europe, they're using biochar and asphalt. We did a trial and using biochar like aggregates in the asphalt. Now in Switzerland, they want to build a small cold asphalt plant using the biochar from their production. But here in the Southwest, I can't promise we can do something, because if the EPA will give us the rights to use, tomorrow we'll do the mix with the biochar. But I have from the beginning of this year, I have the project with transporting softwares to use the trial, the biochar asphalt, but they told it's hard to do it because EPA doesn't allow them to go ahead with the project. Thank you.
Anyone got any more questions, I guess, for Alex, or any questions online? Just on that stuff with the EPA, obviously there's a resource recovery order exemption process that can be gone through on a project-specific basis, and a lot of this stuff, it's not uncommon, and as a consultant, we sort of see this a lot. It's understandable, like you're doing your main business and what's business as usual for yourself, and understanding these regulatory frameworks is not something that's normal or easy. And as you saw from the talk yesterday, it's pretty complex in the way it's in there. It's not something that I think the EPA is trying to look and rework their resource recovery framework to go into circularity away from linear systems, and they're working hard to try and break that. So now's a really good time to be talking about this and engaging with them, and they've been very positive in the way we're doing that. So fingers crossed we can get some trials up with Transport for New South Wales and do some road trials.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alan. Righto, so thanks. Our next speaker has come up from Victoria to talk to us, which is great. So Jeff, you can come up to your presentation. Please put your hands together for Jeff Proctor. He's going to talk to us about biochar for sustainable forestry and fuel load management.
How do I make the thing go forward?
Or you can do it on the desk.
Which one?
Yeah,
That one. All right.
there you go.
That'll do. Yeah, good. Okay, thanks everyone. I'll just apologise in advance. This presentation's been cobbled together quite quickly and just pinch bits from everywhere. Unfortunately, including a lot of little videos and things which are way too big to go through. So I'll do my best. Stephen has asked me to come and talk about, biochar and its place in fuel management and fire reductions, etc. in the forest. What I can do is basically, I'm an old has-been sawmiller who's thanks to Mr. Andrews is now out of business, but I can give you a talk about some of the things we've done and the background to why I've probably been asked here. So I've spent most of my career in the wombat forest, with messmate in the western part of the state. But then when that one got closed, I got sucked into a project down in East Gippsland to try and find some wood for a little mill for my friend. And at that stage, the allocations were fully committed, the 130,000 metre quotas. And about 1 minute later was announced that they were en route to 50,000. So the project just got a lot harder. So East Gippsland had a lot of areas. It's mixed species eucalypts, not ash forests. I'm only talking about mixed species, which traditionally have always been quite open forests with good structure, and through traditional activity and management, etc. They've helped maintain that, but they're just the density in the canopy largely controls the density of the regeneration in the forest. So largely been open structures. Since whitefellas have come along, we've basically changed the whole structure of those forests. So through two main things, mainly clear fall logging and wheat fields regeneration. So you end up with 2 or 3 years where it's fireproof, effectively the young regen won't burn, then you've got 50 years of kindling waiting for a lightning strike. And East Gippsland, that's not a very good bet. The other one that is probably close on as bad is too hot and too regular, fuel reduction or slash burns. You know, your losses of nutrients, etc., through volatification and convection through ash transfer is enormous. And so both of them have ended up with thicker and thicker forests where you really can't do any of these traditional things. It's too thick. So I'll just go through these. So the minister set us up with a 400 hectare coops to trial. We had full autonomy to do what we wanted. And I got the help of Dr. David Flynn ran the CFTT, who's fantastic. And he's been advocating from the early 80s that these forests should be managed, you know, on an uneven age basis, not as a even age. And he did some fantastic applied research, you know, oversaw 30 years of work, set up the Forest Science Centre in Creswick and represented Australia on UFO, etc. Extremely good, but unfortunately his advice fell on pretty deaf ears. But he helped me through this thing enormously. These where I'm standing up here, this is where I've made a lot of films, footage and things, which I won't go into. But that bit of forest there is where there'd been 60-year-old fairly dense regrowth, and then it had been thinned about 10 or 15 years before there. And so you've created from a single age, you've created a 2-age forest, essentially. And with one more operation like we were looking, you would have turned that back to have the full structure and the full multi-age. Unfortunately, it didn't work out like that. Big Forest got involved and it ended up a bit like that and that. So this was soul destroying stuff. I've just a couple of quick shots here. This is one of the coops we did up near Buchan, up north of Buchan. This is what we start with. This is immediate post-harvest, but within a few weeks, you can barely see where you've been. It comes back, and there's another example here. I won't dwell on it, but that's the sort of structure we've been trying to achieve. Again, that's typical of the sort of multi-age type stuff we're looking for. We'd see that as fairly ideal. Now we'd thin that, but retaining all the species and all the size classes. Same again. I'll zoom through these. That was an explanation of how it all works, but I'll go past that. Later on, after the big fire in 1920, in 2020, I took a Cessna up for a day and flew over the whole forest. And that's that same coop I was showing you from the air, give you a bit of a feel for the density and the open structure, which had been closed, but we've opened it back to something like that. And then you get the younger stuff coming through. It's pretty good. As well as we did harvesting prescriptions, et cetera, did all the code requirement stuff. But as well as that, because essentially it was all done with harvesters and a lot of equipment, so you didn't damage retained trees, et cetera. But essentially you're driving up to a tree in a metal box and you've got to say yes or no, take it or don't. So you've got to have a good feel for where you're going. So instead of 50 pages of prescriptions, mainly I did it with pictures. And this is the additional stuff we were doing over and above code requirements for flora. Had the same thing for animals, which I couldn't get on this for some reason, but I've got all this other stuff available. So we were trying to do it nice and simple stuff that the operators would understand and just be in their face all the time. We did put them all through training on high conservation values, et cetera. And within a heartbeat, they were very good at it. Some of these coops, like this is old morganers and things from previous harvestings. Because we're dealing with all durable timbers, it takes a long, long time to rot. This could easily, this particular coup's called Dog's Back. It was harvested in the 1960s, again in 79 by my contractor's father did it first. This Malcolm Beveridge did it the second time, then I had his young fella do it the third time. But you've still got wood like this from the 60s. Now, some of it's still, you know, they're 5 and 6 foot high, these things. So you can, the volumes, the tonnages build up really, really quickly. And if you do a partial cut, you can manage it. But if you do a Vic Forest thing and go and nuke it and then sell what you can sell, potentially on some of these coops, you can end up with 50 or 100,000 tonne of wood left behind like that, piled up 10 foot high, that blocks the light out to the point you can't even get regeneration, let alone burn them green. So it's a disaster. Some of them do rot down, and then you're starting to get really good, you know, fungal populations and things that attach to it. We got some help from termites and things. Again, just another one of the structure. I'll race through these because it's not really the main topic, but if anyone wants to do the presentation later, these videos, you can listen to them all if you want to. This one, I don't know if I can. On this side of the road, this is one in this coop that didn't burn. If it swings around to the other side of the road, which wasn't treated, and it all burnt. So we had fires on 2 occasions after this was done. This coop was harvested in about 2011. Twice we had fires come up the ridge, and because the canopy was opened up a bit and we had green young regen underneath, it dropped down out of the canopy, and the first time it just trickled through the coop and went out at the end of it. Now, I don't know the conditions. It might have been, you know, getting on in night. The conditions might have been becoming favourable anyway. But the second time was with the big fire that went right through, and all around it burnt. It burned about 1 or 2 trees and didn't burn anything. So that's twice now. Now, you know, we've done this work to try and lead by example, and hopefully it's followed on. Unfortunately, it fell on pretty deaf ears so far. You can see there, this was the result of the first fire. The road's up here somewhere. You can see how it's trickled through. It's burned little bits and pieces here or there, but done very minimal damage. And that was a pretty hot fire raging up the thing. So that's the sort of reduction in intensity that this sort of work can provide. This is another coop, a little bit further up the road, 2 or 3K up the road on Timbarra Road, that was harvested 2 or 3 years before. It was a failed coop. It then was scalped again, re-sown, failed again, scalped again, and, you know, 6 or 7 years later, it's still like this. So this is what we're trying to avoid. You know, and naturally our friends the blackberries invade that in a very big way, very quickly. A couple of shots here from the plane again. I went in just as the epicormics were starting to shoot. They were just starting to come, but this gives you a little bit of the feel of the intensity of what was around. That's not a great photo, but yeah, like there's not much but a few sticks left. And the reason I did that, I wanted to get a feel for what sort of percentage of the forest would be killed and what would regrow. And probably only about 10% of it actually died, but I'll talk about it a bit later. But you can imagine after that, you get these things grow again, but they've had it. You know, they end up with the black bayonet. The top's dead, and then you get multiple shoots out of the bottom. So they occupy the site, and then what do you do with them? And we've got millions of hectares like this to deal with. Yeah, you can see it was fairly extensive. This is another coop we did earlier on, which that's the sort of structure we were leaving. This is like a few years later. Some of this would have grown up. Some was here earlier. There's another tier down lower. Oops. So it's, you know, we're sort of creating the whole structure. Unfortunately, we had it's right near the coast. A front came over and just thumped it and bowled a lot over, including all the mature forest nearby. Help. What have I done?
Press escape.
Press the screen again.
Escape and go back to the photo.
Is that okay? No. Shouldn't let me near these things. Yeah, I did. I got a bit close. So you shouldn't let old farts near these things. Yeah, that'd be good. So that bottom one, yeah? Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, thanks. All right. Look, a lot of these, you can, through all these photos, you'll see charcoal and you'll see effectively biochar everywhere. It was a very interesting thing. Most of you would know Niels Olsen. I took Niels up the bush to have a look around, and I was showing him my tree thing, and he'd shown me his dirt thing. And it was interesting. He looked at the same stuff as I was showing him, and he saw a soil project. I saw a forest project. And it's when you really start to think about it, they're one and the same. And I had this. No, not happening. Don't touch it, I know. Yeah, get rid of that. We go back to that one, back a bit, one more word. Oh, the right arrow. Okay, thanks. Sorry about that. This was that same coop where these are the sort of trees that we were actually blown over straight after the harvest, and there was a fire come through since. So, all right, you're getting char and all that, but that's the sort of size. What used to really be soul destroying was seeing trees sort of 10 to 14 inch, 10 to 12 inch, all your sub dominance, co-dominance, they were just about that much too small for a saw log in favour, and then the whole lot were wiped out and sent to the wood chip when they were 10 years away from being your next big crop. But that system was just no good. So anyway, I just did that to show you, you know, the size of it and char, etc. Yeah, just another one of the structure. Here you can see there's a stream reserve, a permanent stream reserve there, and we've left gaps. It's a modified gap selection with thinning from above and below, effectively. You can see the stream buffer along there. This coop, because there was such a lot of stuff came down, and there was like a lot of wood hit the deck, with this front just flattened everything. But I thought, because we'd opened the structure up, the canopy up, I thought wind throw might be a really big issue. But on that previous coop, which was up on top of the hill and a much more wind exposed, after two very, very tough seasons, I found 2 trees in 100 hectares that had come over. So I discount that as it was just a freak wind event. More too might help. Lots of fungal, because of the charcoal everywhere, the fungal side of it is everywhere. We've got, I'll screen through these, but that was a natural wetland in that coop that got burnt. This is a little bit up the road. This is a result of a clear fall that had done a few years before this particular coop. And you can see there how thick it is. Now that's probably 15 years old. It's still as thick as the hairs on a dog's back. And as such, of course, the fire killed most of it. This is another one up the road a bit. Yeah, this is a third coop Black Moon, we called it. This is the Cream Creek Reserve, which still burnt because it was thick, even though it was lushing on the creek. We this area is out near between Can River and Malakuta. It got absolutely hammered in the fire. It got really hit hard, but because of the spacing, it's been damaged, but most of that will survive. Now, what form it'll take, I'm not quite sure, but again, you can start to see how we didn't have much to work with here, but we're starting to rebuild the structure, and it's not a one-time event. It's it's going to take several goes at it to sort of get that whole structure back. Oh yeah, now this I've just about finished. This is an area that got burnt nearby, but you can see when we're talking about these deadheads, you can see all the tops of these trees are dead. The bottoms will shoot multiple stems. That hasn't really happened yet. Later on, there'll be many more shoot. A lot of these will die and multiple shoots with a dead top. So what the hell do you do with it? And that's probably pretty close to the end. So just go back to the, all this wood on the ground rotting, and the, low intensity fires would help that process and, the char creation, but it's promoting really good vigorous growth, etc. So I've just got a couple of pages of points to talk about to finalise. There's no doubt at all that these forests, mixed species forests, have had activity in there with our Indigenous friends for many times, and activity management, call it what you will, but they've clearly helped keep the forest open, as well as the density of the canopies. It certainly helped keep the full structure. And I guess the fundamental premise is if you maintain your structure with all the species, all the age classes, essentially I would contend that everything else will take care of itself. It's all about the structure. And I don't think there's any real debate about that. So one of our key things was, trying to maintain and, where appropriate, restore the broad ecological integrity. And essentially that was maintain the structure and the species diversity, because there'd been a bias towards silver top, etc., because it was so dominant. And so we were doing supplementary seeding where necessary, or where we thought we knew what was there previously. We might try and assist the ironbarks or yellow stringies and things, just to restore some sort of balance. But we were guessing what was there earlier, but to our best of ability. As I've shown you earlier, the more open structures certainly help reduce fire intensity, hopefully getting it out of the canopy. I mean, some really bad days the dirt will burn. You just can't do much, but more often than not, you can moderate those conditions. You get too much build up of litter, etc. You might get a fair bit of rain, but sometimes there's that much litter there, it doesn't even get to the dirt. The dirt never gets wet. So managing that understory is quite important. Professor Patrick Baker at Melbourne Uni, I've got a lot of time for, and he's done quite a lot of work around, and he's come up with some pretty simple things, like big trees survive fires, little trees don't. Basic stuff. And he'll tell you that if you put a 40-year-old 40 centimetre messmate, it doesn't matter how intense your fire is, you pretty well can't kill it. Now, so you can play with species, you can play with structure. But although you get those first few years where the understory is fairly resistant. The black bayonets I spoke of, if you drive from, say, Can River through to Eden, there's hundreds and thousands, millions of hectares of these black bayonets. Yeah. sticking up everywhere, millions and millions of tons. There's 20-foot high understory under it. It's a jungle. So what the hell are you going to do with it? And then dear Mr. Andrews just shut the industry, so there's no machines in the bush anymore. So not sure how that works. Clearly, the only way you can deal with it, you've got to get mechanical removal in there and open things out and get some structure back into it. And these trees, I mean, they've got to be liquidated essentially, but over time you'd have to do it progressively. So and rebuild that structure, because at the moment it's pretty much single age. And that's a massive, massive problem. With all the char that from whatever source, whether it's introduced or whether it's from a fire, the char seems to really assist the fungal populations. And of course, the fungal populations, they do the aggregation of the soils, and then you start to really get the whole benefit. This modified gap selection we've been using, with the thinning from above and below, we didn't intend to have any fire implications, but it actually, the unintended consequence is it does really facilitate this, traditional fire stick or patch burning, if you want, low intensity. Without that, the bush is too thick now, you can't do any of this stuff. So this type of operation will actually allow you to go back to a lot of those things that people are now talking about. I suppose here's the bit Stephen actually wanted me to talk about. The supplementary addition of the biochar, I think can do a lot of good. I think it would be, you would get a really accelerated recovery after an event, particularly if it's inoculated and I think my take on it would be that an ideal way to do that would be to have the local, from the site, fungal populations, etc., introduced into a composting type setup. So you've activated the carbon before you put it on, because otherwise you'll go backwards a little bit. In a bush situation, I don't think there's nothing like as bad as in a paddock, but I think you've got the chance to really accelerate that restoration. And again, same point effectively. It'll help the aggregation of the soils. With the aggregating the soils is vital, because you start getting water into the block instead of running off, taking half the nutrients and things with it. And once you've got a soil in there in an aggregated form, you'll get a slow release the whole time, and you maintain those conditions, you maintain green growing, and it just works. And I think along the same lines, that keeping that evaporation down and keeping the slow release of moisture the whole time helps the bigger large water cycle transferring it. Forests are good at helping water get inland. Get rid of your forest and it doesn't work. And I suppose my mate with the good looking legs there, John's he's in our company as well, but we're talking about farm scale work. John's got some land with his daughter at Young, and he's got farm scale trials going on with char, etc. So he's doing some very good work there. Yeah. So that's me. Yeah. Good on you. Oh, yeah.
Say that in a minute. We're going to need a couple of
questions.
Okay. But, one of the reasons we asked Jeff to come up is obviously social license and sustainable feedstocks for biochar for the industry is a really, really pivotal thing. And as we've seen Western Australia and Victoria both move towards away from logging of native forests. And there's been, in recent years, obviously, we've seen the Trees to Power with Matt Keane banning waste to energy for things like the Red Bank project and others. And I think this is where the integration of the forestry sector and the biochar bioenergy sector and the regenerative aspects of it really dovetail nicely. If we can demonstrate that we've got a better way to manage our forests that works with what the Indigenous people did in the first place, and we manage it a different way. And you can see from what Jeff just said about what the difference it makes to a proper forest structure. So
Actually, what I should add, Craig, is it was a fairly pessimistic talk, some of that, but there's a bright note at the end of it. Even though the government have walked out, our Indigenous friends are picking up the mantle, and I think I've welcomed that greatly. And they've actually they've asked for assistance with gaining some of their skills back, and etc. And I think there's sufficient people around with the right skills who can help them, and I welcome it, and I hope they do a very good job with our support.
absolutely.
And so they're actively looking for help, so it's great.
Great. We'll put it on one question. We are running out of time.
Yeah, but
Quick one, Cole, because unless someone else got a question, just in the interest of making sure others get a question.
You're talking, I guess, from a big forest perspective and that resource. I'm just wondering if you could comment on New South Wales national parks distinct from state forests. The forests have some management, the parks have almost none.
Okay.
I'm wondering if that means that we should be adopting responsible forest management in our national parks, given that they've evolved under systems of Aboriginal fire management.
absolutely, I think you can manage for any set of values you want, have any targets, but I think no management is neglect. And I think our Indigenous friends in East have been handed back management of many tenures, including wilderness, and I think they're going to be actively trying to get rid of that tenure. They see it as total neglect, and I support that.
I think Jeff and I were talking a few months ago about this, and I was talking to him about the need for with biodiversity. I mean, the critical thing that you're looking at in national parks and in all of this forest debate and the social license is, if you turn the TV on, you'll see on some of the TV channels constantly going on about the koala's been under threat and things like that. This aspect is really pivotal. So having the science behind it to demonstrate the biodiversity, you can see, and as Jeff was saying, you get the structure right, the biodiversity, everything goes with it. Just done a little bit of work, oddly enough, I think, with the company I used to work for, by the sound of it, with an ecology company based here in Para. I think that what you did say to me was we didn't have the money, the funding to actually get that study done and done a bit bigger. This is a call to action too, I think, for the industry and those around it that would want that supply to actually look at furthering what you already do.
Well, I suppose the other thing I should add that through this forest restoration and trying to find a market for the low grade wood, I mean those the huge volumes of low grade wood. We tried with the wood alone thing, and it was just 400K from anywhere, and trying to pay full commercial costs just didn't work. It was too expensive, but we did manage to find a way to do it, and so we've got a plant that produces a variety of things, but including about 10,000 tonne of char. Our primary market's a high temperature one, and our primary market is all the barbecue fuels. We supply all the char for the pot shots and heat beads and these things. But we're very, very interested in the agricultural side of things, and I can see enormous potential. Yeah.
Well, and then I was just down the South Coast last week. Russ and I went down to work with the guy that the vegan circularity project down there, which is a fantastic project. And I went all the way down to Eden. I hadn't been down that way before. And the amount of deadheads that you talked about between Lake Conjola, one of my favourite places on the coast, all the way down to
Millions
the South
of
Coast,
hectares of it.
unbelievable.
Millions.
There's a real issue here with bushfire management that I think our industry can help with. So thanks so much, Jeff. Everyone put their hands together. If I can call up Ignatius de Beek for our next speaker. Ignatius is going to talk to us on using carbon markets to support biochar industry scale up. And I'd just like to thank Ignatius for stepping in. So we actually had a speaker that wasn't able to present, and he volunteered to come in at the 11th hour to help us out. So thank you very much.
Yes, I'm the person that they bring in at the last minute like I didn't have anything else to do. At least I didn't get the last shift in the day when everybody's tired and even more hungover than they are at the moment. I ummed and ahed about committing to this, but I'm really glad that I did, because like hearing all of this stuff inspires me for the stuff that I'll get into. Love speaking behind Jeff. I love the work that you're doing. I can't wait to tell Niels that you talk about the great stuff as that soil thing. We're going to enjoy laughing about that. But also, just coming back to what you said, when you're talking about the work that you're doing, as I think you saw a tree thing, I see a tree thing, a biochar thing, a soil thing, a mycelium thing, a runoff riparian zone thing, a biodiversity thing, and a fire thing. All of those things have commercial value in the carbon and sustainability market. So it's really easy for me to come in and talk about what I'm talking about on the topic thing. You talk about not being able to fund the work you're doing. The markets might be the tipping point, the social license, the funding that tip these sorts of projects to be able to achieve truly amazing things globally to solve a lot of those problems. And that's exactly where Carbon Pump sits. Now, what am I going to press? Page down? Yay. A little bit about carbon. This is not about Carbon Pump, but I better give you a little bit of a backdrop to it. First of all, we're not a project developer. We break the paradigms of the existing carbon markets. We would be like a methodology developer. I prefer to call us a method developer, because what we do is much about the technologies and the techniques, the sorts of things that Jeff's doing, enabling those things, enabling what happens on farms across a whole series of different industries, enabling that, as it is about creating the methodology that enables it to connect with carbon markets. We've fundamentally redesigned the way carbon markets work. And it's wrapped around this thing we call an offset asset. Completely different way of working in the carbon markets. It's not just arm waving. We've actually done some significant pilot studies. We have any number of different projects that are going away. We stop answering the phone for the number of people who want to join in with what we're doing, certainly from the production side and in the agricultural sector. It's just enormous. And really looking forward to being able to tip that. It's been a wild ride to get involved in the carbon market. The number of different people, both from the production side, the different technologies that we're talking about today, things like that, from the market side, from the industries, the entities that are going to purchase these credits and want to use it as part of their sustainability story and the claims, changes in global regulations and how they also, total wild ride, almost overwhelming. I thought one of my problems is that I work in a bubble. And anybody who's in the climate space, you just get wrapped in this whole bubble about carbon markets and everything like that. And I've got to remind myself a lot of the time that most people don't even know that there's carbon, that it's in the atmosphere, that it can be traded and that there's an issue. I'm pretty sure this audience is probably a lot better off, more informed about all of that stuff. But I thought I'd just talk a little bit about the voluntary carbon market. I think the picture on the, what's that going to be, your right, is, I just grabbed this, shamelessly stole that. I think that was from a McKinsey report, so attribution as appropriate. And it talks about what is the scale of the carbon market at the moment. I think this particular one puts it, what, at 100 times growth on something like 2 billion at the moment. I was trying to find the slide that another person says it's at 250 times growth. You know, everybody says it's a lot. How much that's going to be, how we get there and how that all evolves is going to be interesting. I think there's some big transitions that we've got to go through. The slide on the left, did I get it? Yeah, the slide on the left is what's actually happening in the market. I couldn't really see the one that I wanted to get, but I just grabbed this one. Look at the crash in prices in the offset market at the moment. And that's a a crisis that's occurring in the market at the moment. It's a crisis of integrity, and it's a realization of some pretty big mistakes that are rolling out across the planet. You'll see that writ large in the newspapers and the articles about the horror stories that are coming out around the world about the nature of some of the carbon projects. And it's a shame, because there's some really good stuff that occurs as part of carbon markets and some good stuff that could occur, but it's also a wild west, and there's some bad stuff that goes in there as well. So I would argue that the carbon sustainability markets are at a point of inflection. We've started to characterize that it's a transition away from the current market, which is all about integrity and quality and measurement, reporting, verification, lots of arm waving, things like that. We're shifting away from that market because it's failing. And we're moving towards a market that's driven by accountability. And it's actually being driven from the financial market. And if you don't know the acronyms, International Financial Reporting Standards, S1 and S2 standards on sustainability and climate-related claims. So what that does globally, it's law in Australia next year. The Treasury papers are already coming out. It's not being driven by the environmental movement. It's not being driven by the Department of Environment. It's being driven by Treasury, by ASIC, by ACCC, and being replicated 198 countries around the world. And what it's doing is it's putting the onus back onto that entities need to report their climate-related risks, sustainability-related risks, the same way they report their financial statements, with the same sorts of sets of accounting and auditing that goes with that. But they need to do that for climate. And it boils down to, if you're going to make a claim, you need to substantiate it with a fact. So I think to support the sort of stuff that Jeff's doing, support the sort of stuff that everybody in this room is doing, markets can be a really, really powerful driver for what we do. So I think the world needs markets. But we also need markets that are a lot bigger than they are at the moment. And we need the right mechanisms in order to be able to make those markets work. And that's certainly with the space that Carbon Pump is trying to work in. So what does it mean for biochar? Biochar should, can, will achieve gigaton scale. And when I talk gigatons of CO2. I want to see the stuff come out of the atmosphere. I think absolutely it can. I'm so excited about all the different technologies and work that people are doing. There are some risks. You start putting a price on biomass and people start getting inventive about what they tear down to supply some sort of bubble. So that needs to be managed, but certainly the work that Ansbig's doing, most of the people in this room, all the people in this room, I'm sure that you understand that. We're not trying to clear fell forest to make up something ridiculous. I mean, there's example, I think, what's the one that I'm looking over in Hull at the moment, some people we're working with over there, is it the Drax process. You sort of think, oh my God. And they're going to compound that by making a big pipeline and sinking it in just dumb as. But that's the sort of stuff that can happen when you sort of get the wrong tilt on what's going on. We need better technologies. I think you're all working on that, and it's getting better and better all the time. We need better markets. Don, you mentioned this one the other day. Yay, the ACCU scheme, they called it now. I've got to keep up with the naming of it. ACCU scheme is going to have proponent-led methodologies for biochar. 1 to 2 years later, $1 million. Good luck with that. We need to go a lot faster than that, and we need better systems to do that. I'll also point out that there is opportunities for biochar at the moment. Don't get used to the fact that you're getting these super high prices in niche markets for biochar. It's not going to stay that way. So don't get comfortable to think that biochar has something special about it that's going to mean that it's going to be worth $200 or $300 per tonne of CO2. That won't last. So what are the advantages of biochar? I didn't want to use the word permanent. because permanence is one of the problems with the existing carbon markets, and probably won't have time to go into that. So counter, yeah, it's persistent in the environment. It doesn't just disappear. It doesn't evaporate. So, yeah, and if you put it in the soil, it's probably going to be there for a long time. It has all sorts of good things, but don't call it permanent. Don't accept that it's a permanent solution to climate change. Does soil burn, Jeff?
Well,
Okay. And if it's got biochar, will the biochar burn?
not as much.
Not as much. Stephen spoke about low temperatures biochar. So the persistence of biochar in the soil, carbon hydrogen ratio, does that have a different carbon hydrogen ratio? Where you put it in the soil has a different thing. So just assuming you can have a bag of stuff that has a carbon hydrogen ratio of 0.7 or whatever the number is, and it's going to be there for 100 years. No, double down, 10,000 years. That's it, permanent, problem solved. We don't have to worry about the risks of monitoring, reporting and verification. Not going to happen. The other advantage of biochar is it's scalable. The opportunities are huge. They're writ large in this room in terms of the opportunities. How many millions of hectares in Australia has a biochar solution to it and a hydrogen solution with it as well? Multiply that around the world. How many parts of the world are burning because they don't manage forest properly, because there's no economic stream in it, or the economic stream actually makes it worse? So it's just huge opportunities for better outcomes. It ticks most of the boxes, or many of the boxes associated with creating an offset. Has all the right attributes and many, many co-benefits and synergies. So biochar is a wonderful thing to introduce into the carbon market. So what's the work that we need to do at this? ANSBIC, the scientists in this room, the technologists in this room, the inventors, the innovators, the practitioners in the room are all about breaking down the barriers to this becoming mainstream and scalable, and that we just have to keep that work to achieve scale. It's no use making 1 million tonnes, the world doesn't need 1 million tonne carbon market. The world needs gigaton carbon markets if we're going to do it. No use being net zero. It's one of my pet hates is that the goal is no use being net zero at 450 parts per million. It's not a future any of us want. We need to be net zero at 300 parts per million or something like that, which means there's an awful lot of carbon that's got to come out of the atmosphere, as well as not putting more stuff in there to replace it. So there's a big drawdown, and forest, biomass, biochar are a big part of how that can be achieved. To get the markets right, you need two things. You need the credit that you're producing has to be able to substantiate a sustainability claim. Now, I could spend weeks on this, and in fact, a lot of the people that I spend all my time talking to is all about this particular aspect, about how that works in the market. If somebody's going to make a claim that they're carbon neutral or something like that, they have to be able to substantiate it with a fact. Most carbon credits that exist at the moment are not facts. They have all sorts of risks and problems associated with them, and they can't be used like that. And that's certainly what Carbon Pump seeks to do, is create facts. And those facts are then valuable to people who want to use it as part of their sustainability agenda. I'm going to be on time, Craig. We need the market to scale. The current size of the voluntary market, the current size of the compliance markets is too small. It needs to get a lot bigger. It needs to get a lot bigger, a lot faster. You bring those two things together, and then we've got something that can actually perhaps be part of the climate solution. And I look forward to that. And I think that's me. Sorry, I have got more. All right, so what are your current options? I'll talk about that. I spoke about, Don, what we could do with the emissions reduction fund. I'm not against the emissions reduction. Sorry, it's now called the ACCU scheme. Sorry, got to update. I think changed from when I did this slide originally. It's now called the ACCU scheme. Yes, it's an important part of the component that we have a compliance market. Problem with it at the moment, it's a legislated monopoly, and it's causing all sorts of problems in the market, and that's about to blow up. we have Puro, Vera, Carbon Standards International, and in fact, I can't keep up with the number of different standards. Because it's such a niche and high value product, you've got everybody running over it because it supposedly solves their permanence problem, and they don't solve the fundamental problems within the carbon market. So, you know, lots of options that people can use right now to be involved in the carbon market they want. Carbon pump will certainly be part of that mix. We will do a biochar, biomass. We've done one in carbon farming. We're moving into a whole series of different other areas, and that will happen. In fact, the name carbon pump effectively comes from biochar. You get a plant to suck carbon out of the atmosphere, turn it into biochar and repeat. It's just pumping carbon out of the atmosphere. That's where our name comes from. So it's very much, very high on our agenda. Now finished.
Any questions? I don't, is there any online scene? We haven't taken one. No? Any questions at all for Tim?
How do we fingerprint biochar? So, you know, a batch of biochar has got a unique ID so that it becomes accountable, you know, to the financial markets. This is probably a question for everyone. Us, Ignatius.
It's you might not like my answer. I don't think you can, and I think it's probably the wrong way to do it. And that doesn't mean I don't think that there's a market opportunity for biochar, but there's a big difference between what you produce, biochar you produce at your plant, and where it ultimately ends up. So, for example, if Carbon Pump wanted to do a methodology in the way that our methodologies work, we only pay for what actually happened. I'm not going to pay for 100 years or pick a number, 10,000 years of permanence for a chunk of biochar. I want to see what actually happens with it. I want to understand what happens in the soil and all the benefits that come from it and everything like that, and whether it remains there for long term or not. So it doesn't matter in our system. It doesn't matter if you like what you've done with your biochar. We'll certainly need to understand the upstream components of it for the carbon accounting. But in the end, you'll only get paid for what actually happens. So it doesn't, you know, it will be tracked the whole way through on an annual basis.
I guess it's the tracking that I'm talking about, so that you don't have dodgy biochar going in, being put in the ground, and a claim being made when producers who are following the standards doing the right thing and being shafted in the market.
Yeah, it's that sort of traceability of stuff, absolutely important. Big part of what we hope to do, a big problem with perhaps how it's done elsewhere, but a big part of what we need to do. One of our founders is actually in the organics food industry, massive problem in that industry as well about tracing products. And there's some really interesting technologies that can be applied to that, so that, yeah, certainly what we do in Carbon Pump, it's got to be a fact, which means that we've got to pin down all those different things, make sure that we have full provenance the whole way through.
Tim, I might just add in there too, in terms of the roadmap, one of the key parts of the roadmap is to look at procurement policies with government and standards and certification. And, you know, we've raised this a couple of times about, and I think I raised it yesterday about, it was brought up through the roadmap consultation with industry. We've got biochars that could be coming from anywhere, made from chopped down rainforest from the tropics. And if it's on the shelves at a hardware store and you don't know its sustainability, then there's an issue here for the industry and our name with that. So Ed's big develop a code of practice which has a sustainability bit to it. We're going to expand that further. We're also looking at procurement policies and trying to fit this into a way where, let's say, the cowboys are kept at bay and people have a preference for a high quality char that's got to withstand as a commodity. Thanks. Go ahead. Okay, we're actually going to swap around.
I'm just going to swap around the talks too now. We're actually going to have a much more interesting talk than my one would have been, although I'm doing my talk's being split with Duncan Lagood from Soilco, and he's going to do an interesting bit. But we're going to swap around with Professor Wendy Timms and Russell Burnett, who are going to do a fantastic talk on water. And so they're just loading up now. So Wendy's going to be doing this online for us. She's presenting in Melbourne, I believe, soon. So that's why we're swapping our two talks around. So if Wendy and Russell are there, they're going to speak on biochar for water use efficiency and drought resilience, reactive barriers for retention of runoff and nutrients. Welcome to Wendy and Russell, if they're there.
Hello, everybody. Hi from Melbourne. Hi, Russell. For some reason, my video won't start.
No, my video is not on either.
Okay, we're just going to work out the video at our end.
Yeah. Well, Russell and I were out in his paddock the other day measuring soil moisture, so you're going to get to hear all about it from Russell first up.
Fantastic. Thanks, Wendy. We'll just sort out this little IT issue at our end here. Thanks, Al.
Russell and Wendy, do you have a start video button on your Zoom client?
Yes, and when I press it, it says you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it.
Oh, that's a good start.
Sorry.
Are you guys sharing your screen as well? Are you going to share your presentation PowerPoint?
I haven't tried to do that. I'll try to do that now. Is that coming through?
Yeah, just see the permissions log under the spreadsheet.
Wendy, I think it might be best if you just keep proceeding.
Yeah, just share your screen, Wendy.
We'll just tell us to move slide to slide.
She can do it.
Yeah, I'm sharing the screen if you're able to see that. And Russell's going to start off first, actually. So
we're all
go
good.
for it, Russell.
Okay. Sam, if you just got my little page.
No, it's how we're blocking.
There we go. Apologies to my colleagues and friends at Griffith University. I plagiarised this front cover of their presentation they did for what they're doing here with the reactive barriers and the liquid fertilisers. But I just love the photo of Joey, Stephen and Nagar. So quickly, Sam, we can go just to the second slide, please. And this is the simple shot of basically the reactive trench barriers. The photo to the left is taken when everything was buoyant and plenty of moisture around and plenty of growth in September. To the right of that left photo, you can see that the growth is more luxuriant, probably actually rank. And to the left, you can see it's a fresher growth. The growth on the right is where it was fertilised with DAP and urea, as per normal practice in this part of the world, Southern Riverina, and also with the liquid biochar treatment. Oops.
We need to share the screen. There's people here.
There we go. Certainly, Wendy will touch on most probably the yields that we produced. Technical glitch.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, I think it's up on the screen, on the little screen to my right. There we go, beautiful. You can see the trench. I've arrowed the trench in the middle. And it's hard to see from this photo, but was definitely a more luxuriant growth actually on the char itself, which is quite amazing. If we move to the right photo, the right-hand photo, that was taken yesterday. And as you can see there, the crop has been removed, it's been baled, and the trench line is arrow marked as well. And you can just see a discernible little bit of more growth around that trench line. And that zone of effect from the char trench line itself is now coming out to around about 1 metre. And I know Stephen would have liked to have seen more development and more response into that side peripheral area. But bear in mind, our soils here in the Southern Riverina are very tough, can be very productive, but it's a very tough chromosol, hard setting, and now quite sodic soil. So at this time of the year, when the ground dries out, it is like concrete. And given time, and this is, it will happen, and it is happening now. We're seeing that penetration from the char trench going out into the surrounding soils. And that trench, even when we had a dry period back in early November, it had dried out considerably. It'd been a long time since a rain event, but even at a very shallow depth, that char trench was still holding 10 to 16% moisture, and that zone up to around about 300 mils from the trench was holding 6 to 9% moisture. And then you go out into the middle, which is beyond the influence of the char trench, we're looking at 4 to 6%. And in other periods, I've measured down to 2 to 3% in that zone. So no moisture there, no effective moisture at all. So we are seeing that effect from the trench reactive barrier trenches. And that is my observation at this stage. And also touching on the liquid treatment, I'd love to show you a photo of that, but it's so represent when you're doing it from ground level. I don't know whether Michael Farrer is in the room, but Michael, if we can get another drone up and do an aerial photograph, I think it would be quite dramatic. We've just had 30 mils of rain over the last 24 hours, and I think in another week or two's time, it will be quite a dramatic influence to see those liquid treatment, biochar treatment plots that Wendy will touch on as to just how effective they are visually. That's it from me, folks. I'll hand it over to you, Wendy.
Yeah, thanks, Russell, and hello, everybody. I think I'm not able to share my video, so you can't see me, but I'm standing here.
Switch PowerPoints, Wendy.
Sorry,
yes.
Wendy, share your screen and then you drive.
Okay, so sharing my screen. How's that coming through? Okay. Good. Hopefully you can all see that now.
Yes.
All
We're
good?
good.
Fantastic. Okay, well, thanks so much for the chance to have a chat. I've been popping in and out all morning because I'm standing here in the Melbourne Convention Centre, and I'm about to present at this Climate Smart Engineering Conference on biochar storing carbon and water. So Russell and I, we've been up in the paddock there, when was it, Russell? A few weeks ago now, and we were monitoring moisture across those transects he just showed you, which is terrific. And one of the reasons we were there was Stephen Joseph here has organised so that we can use some of Russell's biochar on some trials that we're running down here in Victoria at Warn Ponds, which is between Melbourne and the Surf Coast down near Geelong. So I wanted to just share with you a couple of things. I'm not going to run through the entire presentation here that I've got for the conference here in Climate Smart Engineering, because we've just got a few minutes and I'm going to skip over some of the basic stuff that you guys in this room are already well across in terms of carbon dioxide removal and the benefits and opportunities of biochar. So just to focus on water and a couple of the examples that we've got going here, with acknowledgements there to all things biochar and Russell and CHT, John and Greenmain Char, and a bunch of people around in our area that have been supporting the work. You can see us there in front of our solar farm, installing a biochar trench. Sujana is in the middle there. She's a PhD who's actually out in the field today. She's been presenting her story at many different forums and workshops, so she's really getting the word out there. On the other side, we've got Pebo, who's a fourth-year engineering student doing his living lab project on this biochar trench at the solar farm, and Zebo, who's installing the soil moisture sondes. And we're also working on some other CO2 CRC sequestration sites around moisture and soils and what's getting through to groundwater. So I'm going to skip over this in terms of carbon removal. And yeah, so we've got quite a few things going on at Deakin Uni around biochar. Some of you might have seen that there was an award just recently with the Biochar to Batteries project, which is run from the water utilities side of things, where our battery team at Deakin have used biochar to make really high-value anodes in sodium-ion batteries, which is a really exciting development at the high-value end of the biochar value train. But what we're looking at here, I guess, is more the bulk volume uses in soil and some of our projects around the solar farm and horticultural smart trials. So there's Russell giving Sujana a lesson in how to use his moisture meter across the biochar trench there. And one of the areas that I've been working for a long time is around sponge landscapes. So we know from data in the US, and I know Melissa shares this story too with Ansvig, that we can get water storage of somewhere between 10 and 30 tonnes per hectare for every 1% increase in soil organic carbon. Now that's depending very much on assuming what kind of soil that you're dealing with. But when you can add biochar as well, of course, increasing a lot of the co-benefits, whether it be the soil structure, biological activity with the fungal growth. But what we're really been focusing on is the water holding capacity, and you can measure that in various ways. The water availability for plants, porosity, hydraulic permeability, and so forth, and then how that leads into the increased yields of crops and pastures. So we're really looking forward to seeing how it goes with Russell's trial there with Griffith Uni and with Stephen Joseph. We're not directly involved in that, but we're working very closely, and in fact we're taking a whole bunch of the design and ideas and implementing it on our university solar farm. So we really appreciate that collaboration. So what we're really trying to do is maximise the available water between field capacity and builting point. And Sujana, as part of her PhD, has published a few journal papers now, where we've been looking at different types of biochar that are available commercially within Australia, and looking at in the laboratory and under scanning electron microscope and doing a whole bunch of hydraulic tests, looking at how these biochars take up water and then release water. And we're then able to translate that into what we're doing with the horticultural mixes and at the solar farm. So what we've got with the current experiments around using different forms of crushed or uncrushed biochar mixed with sand or coconut coir, and looking at how long it takes for the water uptake and release in a laboratory setting, but then also then translating that here into the solar farm. So we're very lucky at Deakin Uni at our Warren Ponds campus. We've got a 7 kilowatt solar farm. It extends over about 14 hectares. So it's quite a large farm. It supplies now around about half of our electricity, our energy supplies for the campus. And there's currently sheep grazing. You can see that they like to stand in the shade We've actually now got wildlife motion cameras up to actually quantify in numbers how much the sheep like eating under the shade and how much they like eating the grass, which is going to be popping up from the biochar trenches and from the treatments with liquid biochar across some trial plots. So we're going to be really interested to see how the sheep behave. But a lot of this is around Stephen Joseph's ideas and design ideas, and I'm sure he's sharing with you there in the room around some of these initiatives and agrivoltaics, and I know there's quite a few of you there that are involved in various aspects of this work. So we're really keen to show in this little demonstration a lot of the opportunities for biochar utilisation in farming and large-scale solar PV. And we're really just starting with this one little aspect around reactive barriers holding soil moisture as a start. So we really thank Russell and John and Stephen and the team from Griffith Uni for helping us out with this. It's very early days. We installed these trenches, we installed soil moisture monitors to do continuous monitoring just at the start of this month. So here's a graph with some early results just from the first week. So we installed them on the 6th of the 11th, 6th of November, and we had just a little bit of rain that first week. But as you know, we've had a whole bunch of rainfall go across 30-40 mils in the last week, and we've got more coming tomorrow, I think. So we're planning to go out in the next week or two and download all our data and all the camera pictures and take some transects with a soil moisture probe laterally across the systems, just like Russell's been doing. But even with this early result, it's really interesting because we already see, just from that first week, that the moisture content, which is up to between 5 and 7% volumetric water content, is highest just at the top of the biochar trench. And you compare that with our control soil sample soil monitoring sites, which is in a sunny location, so that there's no solar panel over the top of it. That's around about 2% soil moisture. And then another site which gets some shading from the solar panels as they track across from east to west during the day. So they're on a rotating steel frame that rotates. And you can see that's between about 3 and 4%. So we're expecting, with the rainfall that's just happened in the last week, that we're going to get a jump up of somewhere between 10 and 20% soil moisture at the top of that trench. And we've done everything in triplicate, so we can make sure that, you know, this is not just a feature of that little bit of soil and that little bit of ground, because we do have a bit of variability across the site. We're also going to be monitoring the leachate that comes to the bottom of the trench, so that we're going to be looking at how the water is balanced, how the carbon balance changes, how the nutrient balance changes, with a whole bunch of analysis of the soil and the water that the Living Lab engineering student is doing. But it's really promising just with this initial data that Stephen was pushing us for, and there we have it, even just from a very small rainfall event. Basically, we've positioned these trenches so that they catch the rainfall that's dripping from the panels. So it's like we have little rainwater catchment roofs. Otherwise, that water would drop onto the ground, and because the solar farm is on a little bit of a slope, it would run off quite a bit. But instead, we're kind of catching it in these little reservoirs in the ground. So we've got both liquid biochar over the top of the trench. So you can see there spraying the liquid biochar after the biochar trench has been finished. They were first excavated to about 0.6 metres depth, 0.3 metres wide, and then a little bit of a layer of sand at the bottom and a little PVC tube that goes down so that we can sample the water that collects at the bottom. And then a layer of biochar and straw, which Russell's made up with a whole bunch of other secret ingredients. And then some solid biochar particles from woody waste. And then the soil clod grass goes back on top with an additional layer of the woody waste biochar on top, followed by the liquid biochar over a plot like 3 by 3 metres. And so we've done this as I said, in triplicate across this solar farm. It is on a slope, so otherwise the water would run off. And so we've been working on revising some conceptual models and looking at how this all may change the water balance. We know for sure we've got an increase in soil moisture associated with the biochar installations. We're hoping that as we continue monitoring this, we'll be looking to be able to look at the number of wilting point days, particularly as we go through the drier summer and then into the winter-dominated rainfall period in southern Victoria. And I think conceptually we can probably say that it will also have a role in delaying stream flows where we do have massive big rainfall events that are dumped as part of a changing climate, that we would expect to see some less flashy runoff events from that slope. And I guess we're kind of interested what's going to happen across the small catchment. In this photo down the bottom, you can see opposite the solar farm, across the little intermittent creek, there's some other trials going on of wheat and biochar, and also some sewage sludge bioprill that the local water utility has produced. So that's another team at the uni who we're also swapping notes with, and so there's a lot going on. I won't talk too much about this paper, except very interesting comments there. Thank you from Carbon Pump around permanence and carbon sequestration. We've got this paper in review at the moment in the Journal of Science and Total Environment, where we've characterised 20 biochar products, looking at sequestration potential and their various indicators of stability, ultra stable. Yeah, very much seeing that the woody waste, depending on the temperature and the pyrolysis conditions, of course, far more sequestration potential than perhaps sewage sludge. But, you know, there's a very large surface area on some of those biochars as well. So it really depends what you're trying to design for. And finally, I just give you a little glimpse of this basil that's growing in a smart growth cabinet as part of a production trial in a different project that some colleagues are running, and we thought we'd try and hop in with a few pots of both woody biochar and that same woody biochar that is being charged with a nutrient solution. And this enables us to see quite quickly with some really intensive monitoring. You can see on the right there, there's basically a command and control screen where they can monitor the irrigation requirement and measure leaf area index and all sorts of things there. We're monitoring soil moisture. We're monitoring lots of different aspects of what's going on in these cabinets, including, you know, the light spectrum and CO2 levels and so forth. And I guess some early results there that you know, the basil root length is certainly longer than some of the controls in terms of other pots that don't have biochar, whether charged or uncharged or inoculated or not with nutrients. So yeah, that's a little potted summary of some of our work in biochar and moisture and porous materials. And a shout out to Sam. Thanks for the wonderful chat that we had as part of the recent biochar podcast, where we had a look at all to do with biochar and water as part of Water Week. So if you've not heard that podcast, you can jump on and have a listen to Sam and I talking through some of that. Yeah. So how's that? Back over to you.
Wendy, if you just want to, oh, okay, I can talk. We could take some questions, and Wendy, if you just want to stop your screen share, then we can get you both up now that we've fixed the videos.
Hi. Yes, fantastic. Hi, Russell.
Hi, Wendy.
Thanks so much, Wendy and Russell. Really, thanks, Wendy, and thanks, Russell, for doing that talk. I really appreciate that. Do we have any questions in the room or online for Wendy and Russell? Any queries?
Heaps, but
heaps. Yeah, Annette's got heaps of questions for you, Wendy. No surprise there, I guess. But
hi, Annette.
excellent. Said I. I think I might throw one in there. What do you see as the potential for nutrient runoff interception for agriculture, particularly sort of in, say, far north Queensland, where we've, Don's mentioned this recently as well, where there's now nitrogen runoff requirements for farming towards the Great Barrier Reef. What's your thoughts there on the application of this and the scalability of it, and what's needed to what's the synergistic industries, given that you're doing trials with the water utilities and others down there as well?
Well, look, I think there's huge potential, Craig. I worked on reactive barrier systems when I was in Canada 20 years ago for cleaning up water contamination for a whole bunch of different issues. Certainly, we're looking forward to seeing, how much we can actually look at nutrient uptake and release from the biochar in these trenches. We've designed it a little bit differently to the trenches at Russell's Place, so that we have that little sand layer at the bottom so that we can sample the water and have a much better idea of how they're performing in terms of not just water balance, but carbon balance and nutrient balance. So having these as intercepts, both horizontally, where you've got a flow coming through, and also perhaps vertically, is certainly something that's done in many industries. The conference that I'm here at today in Melbourne this week has also been looking at using wood barriers for treating waters from mining. I'm going to be talking about the applications of biochar for rehabilitated mineland, and some of that is actually up on the North Queensland coast, where you're looking at mobilising or demobilising sediments as well as nutrients and acid sulphate soils and so forth.
Absolutely, and I think, and I heard Russell talk before about the fact that you've got sodic and compacted soils too there, and the benefits of the carbon in being a breaker for that as well, and stabilising the sodic soils. Which I think you and I both know through some of our mentors was a very passionate topic for the Hunter Valley and for Queensland with soils with erosion management. We've actually got a lot of people here that are particularly our colleagues from Japan with OG Holdings that are quite interested in mine rehabilitation. So I'm sure that your talk down there, are you willing to share your talk here and also your talk that you're giving down there, possibly with the group here as well? Is that something we could do?
Yes, of course. In fact, it's really the slides that I've just shared plus a whole bunch more. So yeah, happy to do so.
Well, look, thank you. We'll let you go do your presentation too down there. Good luck with it all. And if everyone can put their hands together for Professor Wendy Timms and Russell Burnett. Thanks,
everyone.
Much.
Get in touch if you want to know more.
Thanks, Wendy. Thanks, Russell. We're going to just change things a little bit. I was just talking to Duncan. We'll do our talk. Lunch is here, but what we will do is we might get John Sard to come up and do his talk if he's happy to do that. Is John there by any chance? John, feel like being put on the spot and doing your talk with concrete before lunch? I don't want to give you the after lunch thing, but yeah, what do you reckon? Righto, let's do that. So this is certainly a talk that's exciting in my view, but I think, look, the use of chars, obviously, in soils for agriculture and things is obviously a mainstream area where it needs to be. But the use of chars into these industrial uses, where it actually adds significant value to the performance of them, is something that John's right at the heart of. But it's also, as you heard in that last talk, working in the agricultural space as well, which is exciting with Joey. So please welcome John Sard from CHT.
Thank you. While John's hooking up, just to say that John's been providing inputs into both the trials at Russell's and what Wendy's doing.
Just on here?
And I did show that picture of the routes. So it's quite important that we start collaborating with different industries to increase the functionality of biochar.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. And thank you, Craig, for giving me a spot before lunch. It's appreciated. Okay. I don't know what the subject matter was when we decided on this presentation, but I took the liberty of changing the title a little bit. And I changed the title because I wanted to put context to the amount of biochar and the performance of biochar in a concrete environment, in a cementitious environment. I am not going to talk about biochar as a supplementary cementitious material. I'm not going to talk about biochar as a aggregate substitute. I want to talk about biochar as an admixture component. Admixtures are typically the herbs and spices of a concrete mix, okay? They are added to change the physical nature of it, the liquid nature, the setting speed, the drying speed, the curing speed. They're just herbs and spices. And I just want to position the biochar in the concrete market as a new admixture, as a new herbs and spice, okay? And you will see that when it comes to the context. So what to expect from this presentation? I think there are 3 or 4 key messages that I want to partake. Is why is biochar so important? And most of us would think it's self-evident, but it really isn't. And most importantly, I also want to position the pushback against biochar in the concrete market. I think we need to be conscious of the fact that there are people who have hesitancy. And so we want to address that hesitancy as well as address the benefits, okay? Because there is some synergy between the two. And most importantly, we want to also sell the idea that the results are pretty damn good and very worth pursuing. And also, I want to try and spend some time and actually explain how biochar works, technically, as best as I can, okay? And finally, well, as I said at the beginning, I want to position it as a new admixture. And most importantly, because we're talking about admixtures, we're talking about very, very small doses. We're talking about percentages of the cement content. We're not talking about percentages of the entire mix, okay? So, biochar, let's look at the people who really, really are up against it. So, what's the first question that people have when it comes to, you want to put biochar in my concrete? No way. Why not? Well, because there is a historical bias against what we call high carbon fly ash, right? There's a real historical bias against high carbon fly ash. And to a certain extent, that's understandable, because high carbon fly ash, although it can be pozzolanic, is also spoken about to be used in quantities equivalent to a large proportion of the cement. And the high levels of carbon in these pre-mixed concrete systems play havoc with the mixture, right? And people like Vic Roads and people like Sydney Roads have an aversion to high carbon admixtures because they can't control the mixture from the time they mix it to the time they get it to the roads. So that's the reason why there is an aversion to high carbon admixture, high carbon fly ash, and as a consequence, there's a flow on negativity to biochar because biochar is high carbon. Because it's been historic, there is a very, very narrow dependence on one stream of organic admixtures, these superplasticizers, these PVCs, the polycarboxylic ethoxylates. There's only one stream of these water reducing agents that are being used, and they are fugitive systems. They don't last very long. They only have a short time to work. Otherwise, they need more water. So that's the dependence. We've got to change that mindset. We're also captive to a very limited range of supplementary cementitious materials. People who want to reduce cement don't just reduce cement. They throw in slag and they throw fly ash in there. They just won't trust themselves to actually just reduce cement. If they did the right thing, if they did, if had a particular perspective, they may not need to use supplementary cementitious materials if they reduced cement and the water and managed it adequately. And finally, you know, we've spoken about this earlier this morning, this fear of occupational health and safety contaminants, heavy metals and PFAS. But let's come back to the issue of the of a normal manufacturing environment that has a high risk prescribed liquid waste. What is the solution to a high risk prescribed liquid waste? It has to be taken by a prescribed liquid waste carrier to a disposal area where it is stabilized by, guess what? Sand and cement and concrete for deep burial. So if you have a high contaminant level, you're going to stabilize it, and then you're going to consign it into a concrete environment for the rest of eternity. But we should never think that we will have these sort of levels of contaminants in a in a properly managed concrete system, cement system. It's just, that won't be allowed to happen from an occupational health and safety position. You will not be using contaminated materials that will give you this source of materials. And finally, of course, there's resistance to process change. Everybody has their own ideas, their own paradigms, their own supply chains. And so anything new coming in comes in with a bit of a difference. And finally, of course, there is a supply chain skepticism. You know, we've all thought that to this morning that, you know, the supply chain for biochar isn't robust enough. It isn't available enough to reach the gigaton levels. But we don't need gigaton levels for concrete in Australia. Because remember what I said earlier, we're only talking about a very small component of the cement content. We're not talking about replacing the aggregate as you would in an asphalt system, right? We're talking about, and the reason we can't do that is because we use water, and cement needs water, and cement needs the least amount of water. So there's only so much we can use. Okay, so the reasons for biochar, well, they're self-evident. Decarbonization, they are real. It's measurable, sustainable, and rewardable. We know all this. That's why we're all here today. I'm not going to spend too much time on this. But the process actually delivers a lower cost concrete. It really does deliver a lower cost concrete when you do the sums. Specifically, it will deliver a lower cost concrete where you have high levels of cement. So your cost will be, your highest cost gain will be at the higher performance concretes. At the 50, 60, 100 MPa concretes is where you will get the greatest benefit because you have the greatest ability to reduce your cement content. And there certainly does provide higher performance opportunities. And we will see how we get the performance. Academia knows. We've been talking about papers and studies and whatever happens. We all know that this system works, but we haven't been able to translate it into the manufacturing sector, into the commercial realities for many, many reasons. So fundamentally, the reasons for biochar are cost, profit, and environment. So which biochar? Any biochar is good. No, I'm sorry, not really. Biochars with high silicon dioxide content and calcium are good. So when you start to filter down where you're going to get your supply source, here is one opportunity. But not many opportunities exist where you have natural materials that have high silicon dioxide contents. There might be rice hulls. They will have high silicon content. Almond hulls might have high silicon content. Wheat straw might have silicon content. But biochar co-pyrrolized with aluminous silicates is better. And Stephen is the guru at selecting which aluminium silicates are better. And if you want to co-pyrrolize it because you need to create the right mass, all of a sudden your biochar demand is now only half, if not less, of actual carbon, and half is of natural minerals. Any source of biosolids is good. Well, not really. Softwoods are okay, but hardwood biosolids are better. And it's, again, intuitive that the hardwoods will have a harder structure within the concrete matrix, right? They will not be so soft when the concrete consolidates, that, you know, the softwoods will flatten and they will lose their structure, whereas the hardwoods will retain their integrities. And as we said before earlier, for fertilizers, low temperature pyrolysis is better. Why? Well, you retain hydrophobicity, you retain structure, you do not stress the carbon as much, and you retain a lot of the reactive species on the biochar, which allows you to react with the cement. Yeah, you could be right. Yeah. Any particle of biochar is good. Well, I don't think so. I think in the cement areas, concrete areas, we need ultrafine particles. We need to get down to maybe 15, 20 micron. That's probably where you begin to get this better dispersion of the biochar particles throughout the concrete matrix. The bigger the particle, the more localized the biochar presence would be. And if you want to get the benefits of the biochar, you really need it to be dispersed completely. So let's get into the details of the system. So we're going to talk about dose response. This is a typical recipe of a 50 MPa concrete mix per cubic meter. 450 kilos of GP cement, which represents the total cementitious, some 14 to 7 millimeter aggregate, and some sand, and some water, 192. And you will see, we're going to compare that to a recipe that has the same amount of cement and sand, and the only difference is we're going to put in a 3 kilograms per cubic meter of biochar. That's the only difference between the two. Everything else is the same. So you can see the red line is the control, ensures strength development between 1 day, 3 days, 7 days, and up to 28 days. And you can see that the dosed material at 3 kilograms per cubic meter of biochar gives us nearly a 50% increase in strength for the same material. So you've taken a 50 MPa concrete and you've turned it into nearly an 80 or 90 MPa concrete for the same amount of cement. That's what the biochar did. That little amount of biochar did. Normally, flexural strength is about 8% of compressive strength. In this context, the flexural strength increased by another 20%. It's shifted from 8% to 10% flexural strength. So what happens if we take 20% cement out of our recipe? Okay, we'll just take 20% cement out of our recipe. And we will not add any superplasticizers. We will not add any supplementary cementitious materials. What we will do is we'll take 20% out and we will replace it with sand and aggregate. Everything else is the same. So what you see here is you see the slump behavior. What we've also done is we've taken 10% water out because we've reduced the cement. We have to reduce the water out. Okay, and what you see here is you see the slump behavior, the workability of the cement, and in the middle you can see two bars that have the lowest slump. They've lost their workability. These are the two that have the two variants that have had the highest cement. So we are going to work, if you like, between. So this was the control. This was the test sample that we did. All these are variations, and we are now going to look at sorry, let me get back. So this is the strength development of all of the other samples between the control and the optimum performance, that even with 20% cement, they all outperformed the control in terms of strength. Some have lost slump, but that was because they had higher carbon contents. So there is a level that carbon does affect the behavior of the liquid systems. But fundamentally, but by reducing 20% cement, you have to reduce the water. You reduce water, you reduce your workability a little bit, but all the strength is there. Which means that there's a window. And remember, we have not used any super plasticizers that they would normally use anyway. So if we had used super plasticizers, that workability will come back. So this is what we did. So if you like, that control is what you saw at the beginning. The recipe one was where we added the 3 kilograms of product. And then when we reduced the cement content to 20%, we also reduced our carbon content by a certain proportion, because we're always adding our biochar as a percentage of cement. So we reduced our cement, we reduced our biochar and sustained it at 2% of the cement content. And so a 20% reduction, we got a compressive strength of 20%, 25% above control. Tomorrow, we're going to look at adding slag, right? To try and reduce the cement content from 20%, from 4050 to 360 down to 42%. So we're going to reduce the cement content to 42%, but we're going to increase the slag content. And this is what most people are trying to do at the moment. They're trying to reduce cement, increase slag. And we've done that already. And that effectively, we are getting a biochar content again of 3.3%, very small amounts of biochar being added to the systems. Moving forward, we want to be able to then take that 42% reduction in cement and extend that to almost using recycled aggregates. We want to substitute all of the sand, and as much of the sand and as much of the quarried material from recycled materials. And this is the future of the next iteration of the concrete embodied carbon systems. You need to capture as much of the old materials, and you've got to be able to recycle them. And it's not easy at the moment because the admixtures that are being used just can't cope with it. So how do we achieve those results, and why does it work so well? It's because we actually fusing the biochar within the system. Just remember that I did ask that the biochar must have a high silicon content or a mineral content. So typically, super plasticizers fall under these two criteria. They tend to be detergents, surfactants. Okay, they're wetting agents. They wet out. Effectively, they reduce the water demand required so you can reduce the cement. But they're fugitive. They don't last very long in the system. The future is in these sort of new type of surfactants. Okay, and you can see here that these surfactants are silicon backboned. Silicon, oxygen, silicon, oxygen. The strongest bond in nature is a silicon-oxygen bond. So these molecules operate a little bit like these, where they've got these hydrophilic ends, but then they've got these silicon backbones. That once these silicon backbones are fused, they become hydrophobic. So you have a transition. You have the ability to transition a wet phase into a hydrophobic system. But how does it actually work? Well, this is a biochar piece in a sand and cement matrix. Sand and cement, no aggregate, nothing, no big particles. And you can see the point here that this picture shows that particle is actually interrupting the crack propagation. And that is the reason why you get that extra flexural strength, because you've got those little small particles that are stopping those little cracks from becoming bigger cracks. Okay, That is the secret to the biochar in this context. It may also give you compressive strength, but the compressive strength comes from the fusing of the biochar within the matrix. And so there's the two things that happen. The silicon polymer that I showed you before actually helps fuse the silicon contents on the biochar with the silica contents in the cement and the silica contents in the polymer, and they become together one. Biochar surrounded, so in a no sand complex. So this is a aggregate and fines, okay? There is very big difference between the two. You can see that we're getting, the more fines we have, and this in particular is basalt dust in particular, rather than basalt sand or wash sand. You can see that we're getting a complex range of phases happening around this, around the biochar. The biochar is here, right? And in a graded aggregate, again, a hardwood biochar with its liver-like structure, you can see where how these things can actually interrupt the crop propagation and how they give you that flexibility. That flexural strength happens when it's a shock absorber of the system. The bonus comes from the polymer that we talk about giving you, creating hydrophobic systems. You can see here how a concrete with these typical PCEs wets out the concrete upon raining. But over here, with these silicone systems, they become hydrophobic. Well, straight away, you get the benefit of reduced efflorescence. You reduce salt dissolution. It's the ability to reduce corrosion both on the surface and inside the concrete system. So with that, a little imagination, I think the opportunities are huge. Less cement, higher compressive strength, higher flexural strength. Do we really need Rio in our systems, or do we need less Rio? Better water resistance. Do we get better salt resistance with better water resistance? Do we get better sulfate resistance with better water resistance? Yes, we do. Do we get less rising damp? Of course we do. At the end of the day, you can get to lower total weight because it is known that you can do better concrete sections with pure cement than you do with supplementary cementitious materials. So you do not need to pour in all these materials to build thicknesses up to do things that you could otherwise do with thinner sections. And so there is a big cost benefit that needs to be articulated, needs to be calculated. And that's beyond me. I just brought the parcels together. And at the end of the day, I'm convinced this is a lower embedded carbon system for the whole cycle. And a lower total cost. I'm sure it's lower total cost. And so the challenge is up to the rest of you here. I think I've done my bit. And Stephen, thanks to Stephen, but thank you very much. Pleasure.
Yeah, first of all, can you put your hands together for John? I hope that everybody would agree we've assembled some pretty high quality talks for these 2 days, and hopefully ending in terms of industry, myself and with Duncan in the compost sector, we've got 2 really good ones here. So there's concrete globally is one of the largest emission sectors for climate change. So I think it's sitting around 5 or 6 gigatons. So the potential for Australia to be a leading player here to decarbonise that sector with just a smarter and more efficient approach is really exciting. So congratulations
Thank
for what
you.
you're doing on that.
Thank you.
So have we got questions? Who'd like to ask or not?
Hi,
Yeah.
me.
That's it.
Well, not me, but is there concern within industry that using biochar may impact fire resistance or ratings?
Fire resistance or ratings impacts.
The logic doesn't suggest so. you again, remember what the amount of biochar we're putting in. It's so little. And fire is dependent on oxygen. So if you've got a good, strong concrete that is completely sealed and it's not going to breathe oxygen, the risk is even lower.
Any more? Any other questions from the floor?
Does this process with biochar, does that impact the way you process of produce concrete, like what you're doing now, or can you do it in your facility as is?
Which facility are we talking about?
If you produce concrete right now,
Yes.
if you have an existing facility, does using biochar change your facility?
No.
Do you need to change? No.
No, because
it's no
remember,
investment using it.
yeah, remember what we're saying. We're presenting it as an admixture, right? So they already have their sand, their cement, their aggregate, right, in their silos, and they have their chemical additives that they're doing. We're just providing biochar as another additive. So you're going to provide it as a liquid phase, you just pump it in. You're going to provide it as a powder phase, you just suck it in.
It's no capex impact on the process.
Not a significant capex at all, no.
John, what's the opportunity for pumpable concrete to go direct into, say, 3D printed for social housing and things like that? What do you see the opportunities there?
Pumpable concrete into 3D social housing is something that is going to happen, and is going to happen first in New South Wales in the next month or so. So it's quite up and live. We haven't yet decided to pump biochar into that recipe just yet, but it's the natural extension. As soon as we've proven it with the conventional systems, and we have a couple of houses already built, then we will look at putting in biochar. Our target for biochar content initially has been as an admixture to 2% of the cement content, but we think we have the window to be able to maximize 100 kilos of biochar per cubic meter of concrete. So that would be the two windows, if you like, of operating. So a small amount for a strength development, and then a larger amount for decarbonization and carbon capture.
And obviously a fantastic opportunity there. In terms, I've heard you say before, the opportunity here for structural concretes is extremely high.
Yes.
In terms of pavements and freeways and concrete, largest user of concrete in New South Wales is the New South Wales government.
Mm-hmm.
What do you see as the opportunity there if there was innovation pathways for some of the work that this industry could do to influence that, and what's the main challenge there? And short answer to that, because I'd like you to drill into that when we go into the deep dive this afternoon, but where do you see is the key challenge?
Well, the biggest challenge is the first point that I made is the aversion to high carbon fly ash, which means there's an inherent reluctance to put carbon in concrete systems that go on roads or pavements. Specifically, the lowest hanging fruit has to be footpaths, right? It has to be footpaths, but you need people like Sydney Roads to accept the fact that a small amount of carbon is tolerable. We acknowledge and accept that high levels of carbon are not good for the mixture. We know that, but we're not talking about high levels of carbon. We're talking about very specific chemistry enhanced carbon that is designed to fuse with the cement. It doesn't just sit there, right? It actually chemically fuses with the cement and creates an interface with the cement to allow it to gain that structural strength.
And so whilst it's a really small amount, the volume of concrete, of course, being used globally is absolutely astronomical. It's one of the highest things that we use on the planet. So there is a huge opportunity here for biochar to play a role in this at a high level. So congratulations to John.
Thank you.
With that.
Cheers.
Thanks for the talk.
Pleasure. Okay.
And
Cheers.
We're going to have, we are running on, but we had a late start and a couple of extensions there. So Duncan and I will do our talk afterwards, and we will have a break now for Let's see if we can do it in 35, 40 minutes and come back again. So it was originally a 40-minute lunch. We can go a little bit quicker still.
Yeah.
Lunch. And thank you to our sponsors again for that. Highway Group, Model Chemicals. And
Yes, but it's all possible.
Yeah, no.
Craig Bagnall, please come to the beginning of the next section. Craig Bagnall. Craig Bagnall. Of course you do. That's what I said earlier. I just said that. I was like, oh, I'm like living off.
I had more hair than I would. Oh, sorry. Put your stuff down.
Your business card. Yeah. Your business card.
Anyone else?
Change. So I was just going to ask each of everyone who's presented today to put their cards in. People want to grab them? No, that's cool. I'll
They're an S. They're an S. Not only that, they must have changed their colours recently.
Oh, really? Well. Oh, that's cool. Oh no, we're up. Yeah, if you can, do me a favour and just just
give me 5.
Yep. Well, maybe at 4, just so I know where I'm at and go. That's another couple more minutes. I'll just try and punch through those first few slides quickly. Here we go.
How you doing, man?
Do you bring everybody online back on to know that we're... Thanks.
Did you get to go home?
Yeah, I went home and I'm in interesting thing.
Hang on a second. They're good, eh? I won't say no. Any, but you know which one's the best one?
Oh, no.
I'm going to go faster. Everyone knows red goes faster. This is hangover cure. That's what this is. I just need the sugar to start breaking down hydrolysis. All right. So Russ has sent me this. I'll send this to you. These are do you understand the process? Yeah. Not so much that first one there, but we can put those into the online team. Well, no, could be, but we'll maybe just up on typed up, or just something we can put up on screen to prompt people to think about stuff. Or a Slido would be good if we want to have a crack at it. Yeah, so just thinking. You can just copy and paste it then. Yeah. Thanks, Sam. Which one's better? Right, I'll do both. Hang on, I'd already done that. I'll
It's like a problem. So that very they know of each other. It's a company. It's not a
Thanks, Sam. Okay. That's not coming through now, is it? How do I turn this on? Oh, is it? Is that coming through? Can everybody hear me? Yeah. All right, guys, we're going to kick off. Right, good afternoon, everyone. Just grab everyone to take their seats. We're going to kick off. Sorry, everyone. Right, yeah, it's a bit loud. We need a bell. Last talk for the day. This will be a little bit different to yesterday, where I'm going to be co-presenting this with Duncan McGood from Sorco. So I'll be starting off the talk, and then in the middle we're going to look at an industry spotlight on compost, and then I'll finish off. So just to we've cut this down a little bit from yesterday. We go straight into this. So we're looking at Initiative 3, which is of the roadmap, which there's a copy on each table. We're looking at integrating and optimizing the industry and regulatory frameworks. So in looking at that, that'll feed into the discussions that we'll be doing in group work this afternoon. Just a reminder from yesterday, the three sort of key areas for regulatory context are, feedstocks recovery, the processing of them and turning them into biochar, which is considered thermal treatment in both New South Wales and in ACT, and then the use of it and thinking of both soil and non-soil applications and this whole issue of a waste versus a resource. Quickly a reminder from yesterday that currently under the ACT Waste Energy Policy 2020-25, it's prohibited, thermal treatment is prohibited completely for new plants, and that there is basically the intention there was to support upstream diversion of recycled materials into recycling and reuse, rather than single linear waste to energy. So once it's been used for energy, it's gone. Whereas our industry is representing a new type of circularity, where we're dealing with regenerative component there with the biochar as well as bioenergy. So you end up with a upcycling and circular recovery that also has urgent action on climate, which is actually the other underlying objective of that policy. So hopefully, through both here in New South Wales and the ACT, we can start to move towards decoupling from that. And the ACT, with being a small island, effectively, all of their markets are interstate. In New South Wales, there's two sort of critical acts that apply. There's many other bits of legislation that apply to a project, but in terms of making biochar, these are the two big ones. So the EP&A Act is the planning act that you get a development consent or a project approval under, depending on whether it's local, regional, or state significant development. The trigger for a regional development is a designated development waste management facility, is a capital investment value of greater than 5 million, which most commercial plants would trigger. If you need a license as well under the PIO Act, that's a scheduled activity, then you would go towards integrated development. And that basically means that you engage with the EPA as part of your development consent. And there's process for that. And I'll just run through those quick. So there's the triggers that I mentioned under the over 5,000 tonnes per annum of organic feedstocks. We'll capture that also as a designated development where you need to do a full environmental impact statement to go through. And as I mentioned, the CIV trigger there at greater than 5. There's a planning system SEP that currently does have other triggers in there for incineration, and also has context for both thermal energy from waste and resource management facilities. One of the issues that we've sort of noticed, and I noticed when going through our approval, is looking at the need for consistency across all of these regulatory things into terminology. And I'll run through that later. So the energy from waste infrastructure plan is the big one for New South Wales, driving overlap with the PIO Act. So from this is from the New South Wales government documents that affect planning, and that's referenced through to EPA and has context for thermal treatment. As I mentioned yesterday, state significant has very specific guidelines and stringencies of process. And in terms of expansion of renewables, we've heard a lot today about the potential to integrate with solar and wind. They have their own framework, and the more that we're going to integrate with that industry, we're likely to start looking at the need to think about things like regional benefits and benefit sharing agreements. Two frameworks: resource recovery and energy recovery from waste. Currently, the resource recovery framework's up for review and potentially going to be looking at things like definition of waste and when is something a resource. So currently under the resource recovery orders and exemptions, that's the process that falls under that framework to allow things to be recovered and processed. And then thermal treatment brings you into the energy from waste frameworks. The energy recovery from waste framework picks that up. In the middle is the waste classification guidelines, which are also up for review next year, that classify materials, particularly though for disposal, is its intention. But it classifies you for when something is obviously deemed suitable for general waste or hazardous waste or otherwise. Definition of waste is one of the big things that comes up repeatedly across many industries in referring to circular economy and allowing it not just in our sector but well beyond. And it's something that the EPA, to their credit, is looking at what they can do. The hard part is this stuff does fall under the dictionary in the regs itself. So it's for the Act, it's not an easy thing to change the stuff, and it's not fast. So keep in mind that regulatory change versus policy change, it can be a slow process. Energy from waste policy statement. One of the most important things here is in terms, now we're moving away from thinking of the physical feedstocks as wastes versus resources. We're looking here at the emissions. So this is where best available technology requirements are. The European directives, the best available technology reference documents, also known as BREF, they drive the standards for emissions in Europe. That's what New South Wales has said, best available technology internationally, and that's pretty well the main reference at the moment. So having said that, there's been new stringent standards brought out for when you're using a non-eligible waste fuel, so like plastics and things like that. In those kind of facilities, those incinerators are needing to look at even more stringent standards that were introduced by the EPA under this framework a couple of years ago. Now, one of the most important things that came out of that is the need for this was the when we did the roadmap, this is the type of consultation that came out about regulatory challenges. And one of the issues there is the proportionate regulation of risk and scale of activity. If I've got a small Kentucky kiln versus an industrial scale facility like Cedar's hoping to put out there eventually, they're going to have very different context for potential for impact and for and we in our view, so if you've got things like a farm tractor or a generator putting out emissions possibly at similar or worse than what you would with a Kentucky kiln running very small amounts, we need to be thinking about that kind of stuff and saying, how can we regulate that proportionally, and what's the monitoring and the regulation standards and control that's applicable. And with that, I'll hand over to Duncan. Please welcome Duncan Lagood from Sorco.
Bang on. Am I lying? I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, I can't get it on. I'm going the wrong way.
So the aim here was to basically just give you a specific industry regulatory context. So
Yep. Thanks, Craig. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for the opportunity. So just very quickly, this is an outsider's view. Sorco as a business are not involved in biochar manufacture or biochar use at this stage. This is us as a business looking at what would prevent us from investing in this space in New South Wales and some of the challenges we'd need to overcome if we were to invest. We're a composting company. We have 4 licensed sites in New South Wales. We compost greater than 230,000 tonnes per annum of organic residues, and we make those into compost and compost leather mixes, and we sell them back into markets, predominantly in Sydney, Illawarra, South Coast, and up in the Tweed. We do have some financial backing. We're on an expansion plan at the moment. So as you can see, this plays into some of the things we're trying to do in the future. We've got 3 sites, Badgerys Creek, Bromwellton and Pinkenbar, all with capacity to be making biochar if the regulatory environment was more positive. So as Craig mentioned, the first place we start in understanding what we can do as a composting company is with the PO/EO Act, Schedule 1. Composting has a definition. That's just a start of that definition. It doesn't go further into it. But within that definition, it tells us what are the quantities we can compost before we need an environmental protection licence. Once we've determined that, We then obviously understand what we want to do. It then moves through this planning pathway. This is very generic, very basic, but it's the guts of it. So we go through an integrated development pathway that Craig just discussed. We get general terms of approval and development consent can be granted. A scheduled development license is applied for. We build the facility. We apply for an occupation certificate. We then go and apply for the scheduled activity license or the EPL, which is granted, and then we can start accepting waste. That's our process. We know that process. We can undertake it right now. We know it's 2 to 3 years and it can be quite expensive, but we have a process. Once we move through that, we then end up at the other end of our process, which is how do we use our product? So once we actually receive the green waste or the food waste or the timber waste, we start making compost. What happens to it? We then fall into the secondary regulatory pathway, which is the resource recovery orders and exemptions. So at the moment, we have 2 resource recovery orders and exemptions that we have to apply to, depending upon what our materials of feedstock are. One is the compost order and exemption, which is effectively putrescible waste, so food waste, manures, or green waste. And then we have the pasteurised garden organics order and exemption, which is green waste only. But that's our pathway. Now, within those frameworks, we have general conditions, sampling and testing requirements, test methods, definitions, a whole range of other things that we're going to adhere to. But again, it's a pathway. It's a positive opportunity for us to reuse our compost for land application. Outside of that regulatory pathway, as an industry, we also have a voluntary standard called the Australian Standards. There are 3 primary standards, but I'm only going to refer to 2 here. One's Australian Standard 4454, which is for compost, and one is 4419, which is for compost blended products. These are really important. They might be voluntary standards, but they are developed to support industry growth, and they also provide confidence to the market for recycled organics product. That's a critical thing. Without these, we wouldn't have seen our industry grow from where it was in the mid-90s to where it is now, effectively a replacement products for virgin excavated materials in the landscape and gardening space, urban amenity space, and also some agricultural applications. When we move on to look at the impact of policy in the pyrolysis and I'd say gasification space for that, that same pathway that we discussed is already there. Craig alluded to it. You start with POEO, thermal treatment as a definition determines where pyrolysis sits, and then you start your planning pathway. However, we now have other policy frameworks that we need to consider. These are the New South Wales Energy from Waste Policy Statement, which you're aware of, and the eligible waste fuel guidelines. So at the moment, within the Energy from Waste Policy Statement, there are only 4 precincts within New South Wales where you can gain approval to do a waste to energy facility. There are opportunities outside of that. However, they are very limited and very difficult to achieve. So they're in Parkes, Lithgow, Richmond, and Southern Gold Mulwaree. The second hurdle for our industry is we then look at the eligible fuels. So at the moment, it's fantastic. Source separated green waste, which we have access to in our business, is an eligible fuel. However, there is only a percentage of what we can take in through our gate that we can actually use per annum. So if we take in, say, 50,000 tonne of green waste per annum, under this 5% maximum threshold, we could only put 2,500 tonnes through a pyrolysis facility. If we're taking a combination of food and green waste, that increases to 10%, which is 5,000 tonnes. So it's another limitation in what we can do when we're looking at a business case for actually implementing pyrolysis. So let's just say we get our way all the way through that pathway. We decide to invest. We've gone through the planning pathway. We're putting through 2,500 tonnes of green waste residue or something similar into pyrolysis. We then look at that other regulatory requirement to apply to land. There is no pathway at the moment. There is no resource recovery order and exemption for the application of biochar to land. Now, when I say that, I say there's no general approval. So I can't simply go into the EPA's framework right now and actually pull out the right regulatory framework and go and put biochar somewhere. It's just not there. Now, if I want to go to the EPA, though, and apply for what we call a special exemption, there is a lot of goodwill within the New South Wales EPA and within the relevant teams, and Soilco have engaged with this team for similar activities with other waste streams and have had a very positive outcome. So the pathway is there, but it has to be a one-on-one pathway. You have to engage with the EPA about your product, your application style, and where you want to put that material. What we see is an opportunity here to actually expand this pathway to beneficial reuse and actually to look at developing standards with like-for-like products that are already out there. So, for example, Australian Standard 4454 for compost and biochar blends, the ANSBIG Code of Conduct for feed, soil application, industrial grades, fertiliser guidelines for fertiliser blending and coating, and then obviously end of waste codes for remanufacturing of biochar into something else, such as concrete, where it's going to be stabilised and potentially encased. These are all important, and I won't read the bottom ones because we all know what we're trying to achieve here in regard to getting genuine circular economy opportunities. So when I just then look at what is it that limits us, and this is just a refresher straight up, there are four primary issues that will prevent Soilco from actually investing in this industry in New South Wales. It's the 4 designated zones. That's the first hurdle. We don't operate in any of those zones, and yet one of our facilities, is in a renewable energy zone in Wollongong in New South Wales. So why can't we do it there? The quantities that are permissible, 5 to 10% just does not build the business case. You know, at the moment, you're looking at a 0.5 tonne an hour machine being 3,500 tonnes, a 1 tonne an hour machine being about 7,000 tonnes. You know, that is not enough for what we would have to invest to get an outcome there. The eligible fuels, okay? There are difficult criteria to attain in some source separated streams. So to get an eligible fuel approved for my material, I would actually need a resource recovery order and exemption simply to put it into a char machine, before then getting a resource recovery order and exemption to apply that char to land. So it's just another complication, but it's not something that can't be overcome. It just makes it difficult to build a business case. And I guess the last thing is making sure that we've got that regulatory certainty to help us build markets for biocarbons and biochar, because without end markets and certainty in that space and somewhere to sell our product to, it makes it very hard to build a business case. So that's me.
And you don't get off that easily. I've got to finish up. I've got to finish up.
You got to do solutions.
That's it. Righto. So what are the pathways for solutions to those kind of issues? Righto. So we heard yesterday, and I will quickly go over this one, but the concept of higher order use is a core component of the resource recovery framework for regulators, not just in this state, but nationally. And it is something that's quite aged now. It currently has linear thermal treatment right above waste disposal to landfill. And so it's not decoupled from circular and regenerative thermal treatments and upcycling that we've just heard about and what you could do with it, and every application we've heard in the last 2 days. It also doesn't look into all the other key modern challenges that we're facing in the world, particularly climate change, as we're currently, I don't know if you've heard the radio in the last 24 hours, there's been 1,000 calls to the SES with flood and 12 flood rescues in New South Wales in the last 24 hours. South Coast, Bega and those areas are under flood. Water and food security, land degradation, all massive issues. The UN SDGs are a way to measure sustainability that looks at sustainable use of resources and sending them into circular networks. It's really pivotal that we use the SDGs in the way that we assess how we do things. And that's why when Russ and myself and Sean and others and the team put the roadmap together over the last 1.5 years, we've very much aligned all of the actions of that for the biochar industry towards that. And that helps also government and also private sector to invest in the roadmap because it's measurable towards sustainability. And we heard earlier, I think Ignatius mentioned it about IFRS in terms of financial disclosure reporting for climate, but also sustainability angles with that as well. This is the opportunity here. So end of waste codes. So this is something I understand from discussions with the EPA that may be considered. Being there. They've got the resource recovery order and exemption framework. But the key with the end of waste codes is that it defines, you can see over here, it says when something stops being a waste, it becomes a resource. So, and if it's not a waste, where does that leave us then if it's not sitting under energy from waste or any other part where it's defined as a waste? If it's not a waste, then you can enable circular economy. And that is the purpose of the end of waste codes. There's ones for different things around. The first one for biochar was drafted by Queensland, and we put our comments in. And as you just heard from Duncan, it's really, really critical that end markets, there's no point recycling if you don't buy recycled. And if you don't have an end market, if it's not all being pulled through into something there's got to be applications. What you have heard from the last 2 days is all of these industries that have huge potential for it to go into. It is there. Those markets are, though, in their infancy, and they need a whole stack of strategic work to enable those to go to scale. The first of those that's pivotal, of course, is to have a regulatory framework that enables it. And then there's a whole stack of other stuff too that's all part of the roadmap, which we'll also be going through in working groups today. Okay, so that was our final take home yesterday, which I'll leave up again. Pretty well this brings to a close, I guess, my talk and Duncan's talk, but also enters us straight into the afternoon, which is what the aim today was to have some more talks that we've heard from industry, and then say, righto, how are we going to look at, firstly, regulatory, but also all of the other parts of the roadmap? How can we enable those in New South Wales? Where are the challenges, specifically for New South Wales and the ACT? And what are the solutions we can come up with? We've got a great brains trust here. We're going to divide up into groups to work through that and start ticking some boxes. So one of the things I'd like to do is basically, if you're at the table you're at the moment, can half the people on your table please stand up and go to another table? First thing we're going to do is split everybody up. So if that's easy, so that's one thing. And what we're going to do. Look, yeah. Well, wait. You like that?
There's two here. Or consolidate.
If we can have a think about consolidating the tables as well, that'd be good. For the people online, Sam, I think, are we looking at breakout room for them, or are we looking at are they a couple of people? No problem. Absolutely right. So if you're online, please talk to each other in the chat. And what we're going to do, including the people online, we're just sorting out tables here at the moment. Once all this settles in, good way to meet some other people for the day. If there's tables that are tiny, like one, John, did you want to jump in with? You're good? Okay, no worries, mate. Okay. So what I'd like to do is we might number the tables from starting, say, this side over here. John's going to leave, so we'll call you guys table number 1. 1, 2, 3 up the back with Heath. Heath. Tim?
2.
Tim, you'll be, 2 for you. Yeah. And Tim, you're going to be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tables here by the looks. So the reason being is all right. I think everyone's still trying to work out their tables.
Why don't you go over there?
I've thrown the cat amongst the pigeons here, splitting up everyone.
I've just got to finish. Okay.
So, righto. So what I'd like you to do is Sam is going to put up on the screen, I think, some of the talks that we've had over the last today. Can we put up the program? Yep.
You know now.
Thank you. I would like you at your table to choose one of the applications, soil and non-soil. I want you to choose one of each. One of each, please. Yeah, so each table to choose one soil application and one non-soil. Joey. Okay, is everyone clear on that? So each table, can you please choose one soil application, one non-soil from all the talks that's happened? So you could go, right, I want to do, say, compost. You just heard that. You could do the concrete that John had. Pick any of them, asphalt. Whichever one that you want to choose, please choose one of those each. I'm going to give you, say, 5 minutes to land on what you're going to have. Maybe, no, 2 minutes, 1 minute each. Please pick one of those talks. And what we're going to do is we're going to get you to think about what are the current main regulatory barriers that are facing those activities that your team can think of, and what are the solutions to that you can think of to enable it. What are the hurdles? You heard Duncan just talk about the kind of things they're looking at for compost and the kind of stuff that applies. Some of this stuff's going to have commonality, but what we're doing here is starting to see if there's anything else that's different that might be missed. And we're going to use that as feedback then to help discussions at the end. Tim. Regulatory in particular, but it can have context. For example, Tim, say for example, with a soil application, you said, well, the market's not going to have confidence for this to come through if I don't have rate-based application guidelines to allow people to use it. So there are some things that overlap a little bit beyond it. So that can have purpose as well. Right. So I'm sure people have got their favorite talks, but the reason why try and choose. Righto, let them go. So if you're online, please maybe as a group, you could just say what you think with a couple of talks you could choose from, and you could work through it there. So Sam will be coming back to moderate and help out. And if you could just nominate a couple as well and see what you'd like to run through and what you think the major hurdles are. I'll check back in 2 minutes.
Sorry, the waste code Queensland will try to do differentiate between rice behind and how those materials are used, and how they actually raise So to me, the social license. replacements. You know, in regard to fertilizer, why should a couple of % biochar around a urea prill be seen any differently than a urea prill without the biochar around it?
Or plastic around.
Or plastic around it, the polymers. Yep. We got onto things like social license, definitions of waste, education, early and continuous engagement. And then we talked about things that came up earlier in John's conversation: improved performance in concretes, decreased cement use, and what that means from decarbonisation point of view. So I think it's the same themes that we're probably all having conversations about without being too specific.
Fantastic. Thanks heaps. Any questions from anyone else on group number 1? Thanks heaps, Duncan. Group number 2. Who's Justin?
Yeah, back in.
Thank you. Yeah. There's something on. Well, now that's Sam at Ansby. Oh, no, thanks.
Testing. Okay.
Yeah,
So we focused on compost and concrete, but found ourselves in a very similar situation where we're just generalizing and talking about lots of different things. But with the compost, we're talking about how all levels are affected. It's not just receiving, it's processing, it's applying. Every single level is affected by some form of regulation. It's expensive to maintain orders and exemptions, and there's lots of requirements, and those requirements don't suit small producers of waste streams, and that completely restricts them from being able to achieve or be a part of something circular. The market is also limited by the existing waste management practices. You know, how can we disrupt the market if we can't get into the market, if the regulations don't allow us to? The fear of the unknown, you know, we need ways to be able to innovate, which is currently restricted by regulations as well. And how we treat the word waste in all streams, the minute you say waste, there's a connotation that's associated with it that creates restrictions. With concrete, things like PFAS and heavy metals are a concern, and if they start going down the path of creating or wanting credits, that's when the barriers are probably going to get thrown up for those guys as well. So that's where we landed.
Fantastic. Some great points in there. Thank you. Yeah, you guys can hang on to it for now. I'll grab them at the end. Righto, group 3, Tim. Bit of a theme there with concrete's a winner at the moment, because that was also ours on the online group as well. Clearly your talk was good, John.
We had a soil application and we set up a scenario with a biochar third-party producer reselling his biochar into a particular application, into a market. So the biochar producer is legit, and you know, that was the assumption. They're able to they're on the radar for the EPA. They're not going to get pinged. So the question was, where does the reseller stand? You know, who's bringing that particular subsample of the bioproducer's product into a submarket? So we thought there would be issues around potentially contaminants that the reseller would want to know and be able to state on the label that it's below a particular threshold of contaminants, particularly if that biochar is going to be put into for a veggie pot or growing vegetables. Also, and probably this took up most of the time, was about the definition of waste and non-waste. So if the feed stock for the biochar was defined as waste, according to Heath, one of our friends from the EPA, fortunately on my table, that waste definition then flows all the way through. So even though it's turned from a wood chip into a biochar and it's effectively a new product, it's still defined as a waste. So there is a label requirement on that reseller to say waste product. So coming to, sorry, Jacqueline's point, there is maybe not a regulatory impost, but there's a market impost, because the word waste, I would imagine, for some consumers go, I'm not going to buy this, it's rubbish. So, oh, okay. Well, how can you say that? Oh my God. Anyway, quickly, because I'm getting the wind-up signal from Stephen Joseph, who's a massive, timekeeper. Comedy hour. The other interesting point I thought was about disposal. So, can you recycle this biochar, or do you have to tell the person who's buying it, so that the reseller on the label saying non-recyclable? It doesn't have to go into the red bin. I mean, it's ridiculous. Anyway, there we go.
Good point. Labeling something that's been brought up a bit in the past. Great point. Sam thought that was good. We are going to do the other two tables though, if that's all right. So one of them,
5 minutes each.
I reckon. Yeah, that's a little John. So next table up. So who's the speaker up there? Johan? Yep. That was brilliant.
Sounds like you need me to come back and do it.
Yeah, well, it sounds like it.
Thank you.
Yes, so we sort of focused on a general soil and non-soil implications, and we thought that we'll just keep it quite short and sweet. What we see as a big sort of potential issue, and we said it's not necessarily the EPA that we need to be always worrying about, but we should think about the implications of work safe. Because in the end, whether you're using biochar in, for example, a sort of compost application, the sort of site is actually responsible for worker safety, handling it. So that's some things that need to be considered. Of course, if it is in a slurry or in a liquid form or in a concrete, that is not such a big issue. So that's something that I think we always look at the site, the sort of manufacturing approvals and all of that, but I think the actual physical handling and OH&S issues should be considered too. I'm not going to talk anymore.
Good, mate. Thank you. Take it up and we'll get electronically. So just take a photo of it and send it to Sam. Thank you, mate. Anthony.
You've got 2 minutes.
Don't worry. I won't exceed the time.
It's me that does that.
I'm just going to keep it quite brief because what we've written down, we've heard from the other tables as well. So I guess the barriers, application use exemptions are determined on a case-by-case basis. So a potential remedy to that is a general exemption or standards required for our biochar. Tim and Jack mentioned the classification of wastes follows that product, but once we've thermally treated and removed potential contaminants, it shouldn't be classified as a waste anymore. So we need testing standards, methods to prove and specifications and classification of our biochar products. The barrier is the adaptability of legislation to changes or improvements in our process. So how we're using and applying so we've written it down in our exemptions. We've got to change those, etc. It's too slow. It doesn't allow us to innovate. So we need to be, I guess, would prefer the legislation to be outcomes focused and provide flexibility to operations, and perhaps they could focus on enforcement for port operators. And then the last one, I guess, is that we require evidence prior to our use of the product, but we're unable to attain that evidence because we haven't been able to use it. And so, yeah, we need to be able to accept international or interstate precedents to prove the products.
Fantastic. Thanks, Anthony. Right, just quickly too online, the choices there was a lot of interest in Stephen's talk and on soils and looking at fertilizers and other uses, and it came up again that guidelines and guidance for users, so science-based and evidence-based and referenced, but then also a simple guideline, and obviously we know that Stephen's working on his farmers guidelines, but knowing that something's been built up from an evidence base, a scientific evidence base for it to be fit for use, and then having that guidance in place. And that's something that EPA had mentioned too a couple of years ago when we were talking to them about that, and that's how it ended up in the roadmap actually, is that we wanted to develop some rate-based application guidelines, but also just general guidelines to help users to know which chars to be used for different things. We've heard that for the last 2 days. We know that chars ain't chars, and so how should they be used, and what should they look at? So that's part of why Stephen's been putting that together. The other one they chose was concrete, and for concrete, yeah, Helen raised some really good points with this, that not just from an economics perspective, but competition. So there's a lot of other materials that are being recovered. So it's easy to have your blinkers on and think about just our industry. We're going to send something into it. And this is something that happens a lot with recovered products, where you think, oh, right, I'm going to send this there. And then suddenly you find out that that's been the same target for everyone else. And certainly concrete and roads has been a target for just about every recovered material wanted to go into for some time. And that's where I think one of the reasons why we had the program with people like John talking and Alexandra Lett and Highway Group was to show that the performance base and the economic base, this is industry saying it actually adds value and adds performance to what they're doing with it. It's not just a dumping ground for a recovered material. It's actually something that improves and it has a point of difference for that reason. So hopefully then it's about just getting the word out. So that was us. That was the two on there too. So concrete had a bit of a theme on a few of them. So thank you to everybody for contributing to that. Given where timing's been with everything, and in the interest, there is one thing we were going to do though, is John Margetts is here, and I don't know if John's around. Does anyone see where Stephen went? If someone can grab him for me. Oh, John's up the back. Right, would you like to come up? He was going to give us a talk. He's doing some great work with bamboo overseas, and there was a chance here just for him to have a quick moment to have 5 minutes. So we thought we might end on this, and just give John a second to say a few words and tell us what some of the exciting work he's looking at. Thanks, John.
Yeah, thanks, everybody. Is this slide? And greens and bamboo. And... Yeah, there it is. There it is. How do I change pages? It's going. Okay. Yeah, thanks, everybody. It's just been a great 2 days for me, and I just wanted to tell you what we're doing in the land of Cambodia with. I guess you'd call it sort of like Mr. Proctor's spatial multi-generation preservation of planting bamboo for biochar. How do I get to the next page? Here. So yeah, our vision primarily is working in tropical forest communities with their methods and using technology from Stephen's sort of approaches with biochars and restoring the atmosphere and forest. We want to try and get to, like Ignatius was saying, that gigaton down from the CO2 in the atmosphere. And we want to integrate agroforestry with bamboo. Initially, now we're into 10,000 hectares. And we want to plant about 250,000 tissue culture bamboo seedlings there. And we plan on getting about, say, 10 million tons of CO2 from doing that. That's just from the bamboo. And I'm not sure once Ignatius comes in and starts doing stuff with the soil carbon, you know, it may go even higher. But we know that the bamboo is the fastest growing plant in the world. So and right now we're using existing bamboo and getting biochar and building materials from it. And we've established markets for bamboo. The problem with bamboo is it grows fast, so you need to have some markets for it before you plant a lot. So yeah, we're doing it by only planting maybe 20, 25 bamboo per hectare. And we allow the existing, we go just into degraded land, and we allow the natural seed bank to come up and then thin the trees out. We'll probably get about 1,500 trees per hectare coming up. Maybe plant a bit of special ones there, preferably a bit of rosewood, you know, which takes a long time, but it's a very valuable tree. And then thin the rest out, make biochar. The bamboo provides the shade, which allows the natural seed bank trees to go straight up and grow straight. And, you know, they really don't, it doesn't work right unless you have that sort of multi, you know, variety of trees and generations working. And that's something that we've sort of seen now from the indigenous people. They seem to understand that, and we're learning a lot from them. Okay, so we're just going through the biochar, Stephen's methods, just sort of going through mixing. We go into the degraded land area, surround the pits, you know, clean them up, surround a bit of biochar. We try and use kind of the indigenous, there's so many different, there's over 1,500 types of bamboo. So we're using the bamboo straw for mulch at the bottom with the biochar, liquid biochar, quenched biochar. We're also, every area where a seedling is planted, we create sort of a little shade area with bamboo poles and you know, just kind of prevent the cows from getting in there and give them a chance to grow. These seedlings are coming in from Indonesia. They're very expensive, but they're, you know, you got to kind of get them going. It takes about a year, and then you plant them in and, you know, protect them. So layering the pit with biochar, the straw, then liquid biochar on the seedling when it comes out, putting some of that onto the root hairs, getting it in above the ground so that when it floods, it's not getting drowned. And, you know, just here's something after 3 months, it looks like that. And with the biochar, and without the biochar, it's already stressed. So the biochar is really working. We're focusing on a Dendrocalamus asper, which has about the first 8 years, it comes in at about 5 tons of CO2. And then after that, it's about 2.68 tons every year. These tissue culture are from mother plant that's from seed. So they can grow to be about 100 years old. So we're just looking at the first 20 years. Yeah, it's 10,000 hectares. We're looking at probably on the low side of 40 carbon credits a year per hectare, maybe on the high side 46. This is just based on that calculation. The land, we're just renting land from the governments and different ministries. So for a large amount of land, it's pretty reasonable. To do the maintenance and do the data acquisition and such, it's quite expensive, but still coming in at around maybe $93 million for 10,000 hectares, which could get us, a fairly reasonable carbon credit price, cost. And during the first 6-7 years before the dendrocalamus grows, we're just harvesting existing bamboo and making biochar and furniture. We're already selling furniture in various markets. It fits in well in the Mediterranean. We're going to bring some into Australia, North America. We're making a panel out of a solid bamboo. It's a small solid bamboo. It's not hollow. For building materials, we're finding the bamboo lignin in the bamboo when it's under pressure can bond the different slats, so you can make different kind of products with the technology that's coming out. We're doing some very cost-effective, low-cost housing for ecotourism. Some restaurants are liking it. Financing is on a project like that, 10,000 hectares. It doesn't all have to come in at once. It needs to get going though for the first few years with a few 100,000 every month, and then the price goes down. The revenue stream we know already from the building materials is pretty good. The biochar, we're getting the artisan type of biochar made, which is eligible for carbon credits because it's artisan. So we've got some Kontiki kilns. We've modified some of those with a hand auger on the bottom and some heat recovery for, the time being. The price on that's the couple $100 a ton of CO2. Furniture, for every 40 tons, or for every 35 tons of poles, we can get about a 20-ton container of furniture going out. So that comes in at pretty good price of probably about $1,000 a ton if you make building materials. And I've just done that on, say, the first 7 years. After that, the other bamboo kicks in, the tissue culture, but you're going to have a lot. So, because this stuff grows. So it's a matter of getting the markets built up, getting the building materials, especially the biochars getting out there. But if we're, Ignatius is the guy to kind of figure this one out, but it's a good step to the gigaton if you can get that kind of result from building materials, biochar. And Ignatius's specialty is to, we can go into degraded land right now and establish a baseline on soil carbon. And nobody's really doing that. We've studied all the different standards, and it's kind of like you need to get somebody who knows what they're doing, like Ignatius, get in there, measure it properly, forget about these carbon credits that are just more or less created for forestry companies and mining companies and such, and do the right thing with it, and then start measuring. So that's where I think the big gigaton hit is combining the above ground with below ground, and you've got something, So here's the plant that we've just finished building. This is while it's under construction. We're using like this reactor here is from the Ukraine, and they've made mostly just charcoal, but we're using it for biochar. We can control the temperature with that, but we want to get into better equipment, better technologies to And then, of course, the Kontikis, it's kind of a high temperature biochar. So we're just doing that in the forest communities and just quenching it and using it right there. This is like an 8-meter pressure treatment tank. So what we're having the communities do is boil the bamboo, and then we get it and they straighten it with some heat, and then we put it through these pressure treatment tanks with borates and also a carbonizer, so we can control the color palette for the markets. And we're finding that you know, that kind of treatment pretty well weatherproofs the bamboo, which if you don't do it, it rots pretty quick. So we've built the factory right into degraded land. We've allowed the trees and everything to, you know, exist and, you know, just try and keep it as natural as possible. We really want biodiversity. We want, you know, the trees to start, you know, growing everywhere. And we've set it up for laboratories there and offices, you know, for Stephen and Ignatius to start doing their measurements.
John, you have to wind up.
Okay. Yeah, and we're doing rehabilitation wherever we're harvesting. And we've got agreements with the government and the forest communities. So that's it. Thanks.
That was an impromptu, by the way, and what a hell of an impromptu. I wish we'd had you on the program a bit earlier on, John. Next time, it'd be good to get more. But at that point, then I think we're going to draw everything to a close and thank everybody for their participation over the last 2 days, and to the people online too. Thank you for your time. And if everybody could just maybe talk to the person next to them. If you met a few people, maybe hand over a few cards to each other. But we're going to have some networking drinks, I believe. Don, is that correct? Yeah. Did you want to do a closeout as well? I mean, I'll let Stephen have a word here. But thank you to Sam and to Alf from UWS, and to Ben in particular with the UWS and the Decarbonization Hub, Land and Primary Industries Network. And to all of our partners and then the team within ANSPIG, both on the forum and the workshop, but also in the broader boards for their support. So thank you very much.
Just to add also, thank our colleagues from Japan. It's been great that you could come, and we've just had some really good discussions about further collaboration. And I think, you know, we need to start working internationally. Don keeps on saying you can't go overseas season, you've got to focus on Australia. But I think that one of the beauties of international cooperation is you get different ideas and there's a cross-fertilization, so we can actually build the biochar industry worldwide a lot faster. And just to say, the last thing is we're putting together 2 publications. One's called The Guide to the Production and Application of Biochar, and the next one is a manual where it's much more, you know, how do you do it? And we're looking for sponsorship. At the moment, it's a bit of a mixture of me putting some money in, and we got a grant from Southern Cross University, but we do need more money to finish off both. So any donations are welcome to kick us along with this work we're doing on education and communication.
Thanks, man.
Don, do you want to have the final say?
Oh, well,
Last one, just on the roadmap too. If anybody out of all this in the last 2 days is really interested in what we're doing within ANSPIG, obviously first, come and become a member. 3-month trial in doing that. And then also there's working groups. So if you found a particular thing that you're interested in, we have working groups under each of the roadmap initiatives where you could join in and just express some interest, just to participate and contribute where your skills come from. Thank you.
Thanks, Craig. That's what I was going to say. But no, so yeah, look, just coming up next is our AGM on the 13th. And so those expressions of interest for the working groups. So we've grouped the 10 initiatives from the roadmap You know, we've got resourcing, 6 working groups. You know, we need to find resourcing for the implementation of the roadmap, you know, and as mentioned yesterday, we've got a budget of, we've estimated if it's $1 billion industry that we're aiming for, about 10% of that's not unreasonable, you know, so $11 million coming to the industry per annum. And of that, you know, we've estimated that perhaps about 3 million, you know, is coming to ANZBIG, being the peak body, being at arm's length, doing it for the industry. And so, you know, yeah, the working groups will keep those expressions of interest open till the AGM on the 13th. And if you are a member, you can certainly attend. If not, you could, you know, and you want to attend, you could have a free trial and see what our AGM's like. And then obviously too, as part of the roadmap rollout, yeah, we've got the South Australian Forum next year. That's February 29, so that's coming up. And then the following month is Western Australia, and we'll have the National Biochar Awards there again. We've never been to Western Australia, so that for ANZBIG, so that's great. And then Tasmania in May. Tasmania has the Ag Fest in early May, and we'll you know, promote it there hopefully, and then have it straight after Ag Fest. And then we're going up, we'll go up to Queensland in June. So, you know, we have Australia's first biosolids gasification plant, you know, up there. So, and Pyrocal is, you know, the technology provider. So, yeah, look, it's a lot happening, but yeah, thanks so much again to everyone participating and online. Thanks to all our sponsors, you know, again, Vital Chemical, Highway Group, B&K, Revegetation and Landscaping, and of course the New South Wales Decarb Hub and Western Sydney University and Catalyst. So environmental management. Thank you for the OG team for coming over from Japan, coming all this way, you know, and other dignitaries that were here today. So yes, we've got networking drinks now, and if anyone has the energy, we will be going to dinner. Well, we have got a dinner booking, but
You need to know numbers.
yeah, can we get a show of hands of who thinks they might? It's 6:30. 6:30. The restaurant is 317 restaurant. Russ, can you remember the address? I sent it to you. It's what's that? Yeah. So
where's the drinks now?
no, it's licensed tonight. Sam and I have already checked it out. It's yeah. So all right. So we might have a group, might not. Yeah. So,
Drinks here now.
but networking drinks are here now next door. So yeah. Thanks everyone.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much. Are you staying now? Do you have to go right now? You're off. Yeah.
Anyone going to the airport?
All right.
Anyone want to leave?
Michelle?